Sí, uno, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, probando, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, probando, 1, 2, 3. Hola, hola, sí, hola, sí. Hola. Hola, hola, sí, hola, sí.
Hola, hola, sí. Hola, hola, sí.
Sí, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Sí, 1, 2, 3. Hola, hola, sí, hola, sí, hola, 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 hola. Hola, 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 hola. Oh, oh. Hola, 1, 2, 3. Hola, 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 sí, hola, sí. Hola, hola, sí, hola, sí. Hola, hola. 3, 1, 2, 3.
Hola, hola, sí, 1, 2.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hola, 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 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Sí, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Probando 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Hola, 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 sí, hola, 1, 2, 3, hola.
Uno, dos, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Hola, 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 sí, hola, sí, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Hola, sí, hola, 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 sí, oh, sí. Hola, sí, hola, sí, hola, 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 sí, hola.
Uno, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hola, hola, 1, 2, 3. Hola, sí.
Hola, sí, hola, sí, hola, sí, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. sí, hola, hola, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hola, hola, hola. Ahí no llega. O sea, es acercar. Es acercar.
Señoras y señores, de pie, por favor. La Corte.
Muy buenos días a todas y todos. Se abre esta audiencia pública sobre las excepciones preliminares y los eventuales fondos, reparaciones y costas en el caso de Gamboa, García y otros
And
versus
costs
Perú.
of
Quiero dar la más
Ms.
cordial
Garcia
bienvenida
versus
a
Peru.
la
I'd like to
delegación de
welcome
la
the delegation
Pública
of the Inter-American
Inter-American
Commission of Human Rights.
Saben, esta audiencia
You know that
se
this
realiza en el
public
marco
hearing is carried out
180
within the
periodo ordinario de sesión
framework
interamericana de
of
derechos
the
humanos. Me permito
of the
comunicar
180th
que de acuerdo con
Ordinary
los
period of
dispuestos en el
sessions of the
artículo
Inter-American
19.1 del reglamento del tribunal,
Human Rights
el
Court.
juez
I'd
alterno
like to communicate that
Aurea
according with a
Audiencia, por ser de
was
nacionalidad
in the
peruana,
Article
no
19.1
participará en
of
la
the Rules
audiencia
of
ni en el
Procedure of the
procedimiento
Court.
de deliberación
Judge
del caso.
Alberto Odria
Paso la palabra al señor
of
secretario
the
de
Nash
Corte,
of the
Pablo Saavedra
because
Lazarte,
being
para hablar de
Peruvian
las
cannot
posiciones
participate in this hearing
pertinentes de este
of knowledge or deliberation.
Muchas gracias,
I
señora
give the floor to the Secretary.
El propósito
My
de esta
purpose
audiencia
of this
pública
public hearing
es
is to hear the
escuchar las
statements
declaraciones
of
de dos
two alleged
presuntas víctimas
victims
propuestas por el
proposed by the
representante
representatives
y una
and an
perita
expert
propuesta por la
witness
Comisión
proposed by the
Interamericana.
Commission.
Asimismo,
We will also hear the
escucharán los
final
alegatos
arguments of the
finales
parties
y las
and the final
observaciones
observations
finales de la
of the
Comisión
Inter-American
Interamericana
Commission
sobre las
on the
excepciones
preliminary
preliminares y los
objections and
eventuales
possible merits,
fondos,
reparations,
reparaciones,
and
costas
costs
antes
in this
implicadas.
case.
Me
I
permito
wish to
comunicar que
inform
el 15
you
de septiembre de 2025,
that on
el
September
Estado informó
15,
su decisión
2025, the
de
state
desistir
informed
de la
its decision
declaración
to
de una
desist
perita
from the
convocada para
testimony of an
rendir
expert
peritaje
witness
en esta audiencia.
summoned to render an expert opinion in
Informo
this
que esta
hearing.
audiencia está
This
siendo
hearing is being
transmitida en vivo en
broadcast
las plataformas
live
de
on the
redes
official
sociales
platforms and
oficiales de la
social
Corte
networks
Interamericana de
of the
Derechos Humanos.
Inter-American Court of Human
Se da
Rights.
la bienvenida a
I
la
welcome the
representación
representative of the
Comisión
Inter-American
Interamericana de
Commission on
Derechos
Human
Humanos en
Rights
esta oportunidad,
delegation
la delegación
made
conformada
up
por
of
Roberta
Roberta Clark,
comisionada,
Commissioner,
María
Maria del Pilar Gutierrez, coordinator of the
coordinadora
Crisis
de
Section,
y
and Daniela Saavedra, advisor to the Executive Secretariat of the Inter-American Secretariat. I also welcome the representative of the alleged victims, whose delegation is composed of Henry Walinos Kamakuri and Angela Aquiste-Vedon from the Pro-Human Rights Association. Likewise, I welcome the representation of the state of Peru, whose delegation is made up of Loyaca Vilena, Supranational Specialized Deputy Public Prosecutor and Agent of this case, and Domingo Enrique Rojas Chacalita, Legal Specialist of the Specialized Supranational Public Prosecutor's Office, Alternate Agent. In accordance with Article 51 of the Rules of Procedure, the Court will initially hear the Inter-American Commission, which will make a brief presentation of the case, will explain the grounds for its submission to this Court, as well as any other matter it considers relevant for its resolution. Subsequently, the Court will hear the statements of two alleged victims and an expert witness. The representatives of the state may question the declarants at the time and in the order previously communicated. Likewise, the Commission may question the expert that it offers. Then the representatives of the state may question her. Subsequently, the representatives and the state may present their final oral arguments on the preliminary objections and any merits, reparations, and costs, and the Inter-American Commission will present its final observations. We remind those who appear before the Commission that they must respect the time limits established for their interventions. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I will now give the floor to the representatives of the Inter-American Commission. Request to proceed with the presentation.
Is it working? Thank you very much. My name is Roberta Clark, and yes, I am the Commissioner on the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. And for the purposes of this case, I'm also the Rapporteur on the Rights of Women. Madam President, the Inter-American Commission presents its greetings to the judges of the Honorable Inter-American Court, to the delegation of the State of Peru, to the victims, and in particular, Senora Gamboa, and to their representatives. Honorable Court, in the armed conflict in Peru between 1980 and 2000, a widespread practice of torture and sexual violence against women, especially indigenous and peasant women, was evident. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission found that this was attributable predominantly to state agents, the Army, Navy, and police forces. In this context, Georgina Gamboa García, a 17-year-old Quechua indigenous woman, was illegally detained on 2 occasions between December 1980, in fact Christmas Eve, December 1980, and January 1981, when a special police unit, Los Cinches, carried out operations in the town of Del Casuaman. On the night of the second arrest on January 17, 1981, police, state agents tortured and raped the victim in a police precinct. And as a result of this group rape, Georgina Gamboa became pregnant, and her daughter Rebecca Ruth Gamboa was born in October 19, 1981. Honorable Court, there was never any doubt that Ms. Gamboa, a child, was raped in police facilities by police officers. Yet, in criminal proceedings, all accused police officers were acquitted in December 1985, but not before. The court disparaged the complaint as a ploy to undermine the validity of police evidence. Insistent on justice, in 2005, Ms. Gamboa filed another complaint for crimes against her, which was filed in 2011 by the prosecutor's office, arguing that it was not possible to establish the identity of the 7 perpetrators. The Commission emphasizes that since Peru accepted the contentious jurisdiction of this court on January 21, 1981, the instant case was submitted for the actions and the omissions of the state that took place after that date. That is, the fact of the conditions of detention of the victim and the lack of investigation and punishment for serious human rights violations committed against her. In this regard, the Commission observes that the victim's second arrest was not registered in a timely manner, nor were its causes clearly indicated, and there was no communication with the victim in her mother tongue. Despite her status as a child having been verified, Ms. Gamboa continued to be deprived of liberty for at least 16 days without being brought before a competent supervisory judge in violation of Articles 7 and 19 of the American Convention. The Commission determined in its merits report the state's responsibility for the violation of the rights to a fair trial and to judicial protection. The first investigation concluded with an acquittal of all accused for the lack of due diligence of the public prosecutor's office, given that 1, the conduct of adequate interviews and medical examinations of the victim were never ordered, the doctors who treated her did not report the existence of evidence of torture and rape, and the sentence minimized the sexual violence suffered by the victim and exposed gender, cultural stereotypes for the sexual communities of that region. Regarding the second investigation, the Commission considered that the decision to archive the 2011 case was not substantiated. What do we mean by that? The state failed to investigate exhaustively and impartially the context of gender-based violence in breach of its duties of enhanced due diligence and its obligations established in Articles 1, 6, and 8 of the Inter-American Convention to prevent and punish torture, Article 7 of the Convention of Belém do Pará. The Commission notified its merits report to the state April 2022, and subsequently, in view of the need to obtain justice and reparations to the victim, has presented the case to this court. Honorable Court, the Commission emphasizes that this case raises aspects of inter-American public order, will allow the court to rule on international standards on due diligence, on prevention of sexual violence in situations of detention, and on the investigation and punishment of cases of group sexual violence that occurs in context of deprivation of liberty, when the victim is an adolescent and is also from an indigenous community. It will also be able to specify measures to achieve comprehensive reparations. I thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a la representación de la Comisión Interamericana. A continuación recibiremos la declaración de la presunta víctima,
statements, opinions rendered, or legal defense before the court.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President.
Muchas gracias, señor secretario.
Thank you,
Daría ahora
Mr.
la palabra a la
Secretary. I
representación
will now give the
del
floor to
víctima
the representation
para
of
que
the alleged
proceda con
victims
el
to proceed
interrogatorio.
with the questioning.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Con su venia,
Thank you very much,
mi
Madam
colega
President.
Ángela Lucero Quispevedón, de la
Now,
Asociación
Ms.
por Derechos
Angela
Humanos,
Quispevedo
será quien realice las
Quevedo
preguntas
will
a doña Georgina
carry
Gamboa.
out the questioning to Ms. Georgina Gamboa.
Muy buenos días,
Thank you very
estimada
much.
presidenta,
Good
por su
morning,
intermedio a la honorable corte.
esteemed
Buenos
President
días a
and
todos los presentes.
the Honorable
Muy
Court.
buenos días, señora Georgina.
Good morning,
Buenos días,
Ms.
doctora.
Georgina. Good
Señora
morning,
Georgina, ¿podría
Doctor.
indicarme usted
Ms. Georgina,
cuándo
could you
nació y qué edad
please let
tiene
me know
actualmente?
when you were born
El
and
15
how
de
old are you?
febrero,
February 15,
64,
1964,
actualmente
and
61.
right now I'm 61 years old.
Durante enero de
During January
1981,
1981,
¿qué edad tenía usted?
how old were you?
¿Dónde residía y
Where
con
did you
quién?
live and
Y yo
with whom?
me viví en mi pueblo,
I
es
live
Parco,
in
Pedro
my
Vilcas,
town,
y yo vivía con mis
and I
madres,
live with
y
my
tenía
mothers,
16 años
and I was 16 years
ese
old
tiempo.
at that time.
¿A qué se dedicaba su madre y su
What
padre,
did
señora
your
Georgina?
mother and father do?
Mi padre es
My
agricultor y
father
mi
was
madre también
a
es
farmer,
campo, y tenemos
and my mother
chacra,
worked at
ganados, y se
the
enfocaba
field.
ahí,
We
yo
had
ayudando a
cattle,
ellos.
and I would help them.
Además de ello, ¿usted se dedicaba a
Besides
alguna otra
that,
actividad?
did you do any other
Sí, más que
activity?
nada
Yes,
ayudaba
I
a
would
cuidar los ganados, a
help
mis
them
hermanos,
to take
somos
care for the
bastante
cattle.
nosotros,
We
yo soy
are
la
many
mayor.
brothers and sisters. I'm
Gracias,
the
señora
oldest.
Georgina.
Thank you, Ms.
¿Usted
Georgina.
sabe lo que pasó
Do you
en la
know
hacienda
what
Izarca
happened
el
at the
24 de
Izarca
diciembre de
Hacienda
1980?
in December
Sí,
1980?
que hemos
Yes,
escuchado porque
we
nosotros vivimos en Alto
we
Hora y
live
Izarca, ese es una valle,
in Izarca is a
abajo,
valley,
la quebrada, y entonces ahí
the
nosotros
quebrada,
sabemos,
and
escuchamos
we
que
heard
en la noche,
that
madrugada,
someone was killed
que
at
ha
night.
habido balacera, lo
There
que
was
se
shooting,
ha pasado, y de ahí no sabíamos qué cosas está
and
pasando.
we didn't
El
know
día
what
siguiente
was
ya
going
que
on.
nos dice que se le
And
han
the
matado
next
los
day, we
hacendados.
heard that the
¿Y
owner of
usted
the
o sus
farm was
familiares
killed,
sufrieron alguna
and you
detención
or
u
your family
hostigamiento por lo
members
que pasó en esa
were
hacienda?
detained or tortured at that hacienda?
Sí,
Well, yes.
hemos nos ha llevado como testigos y lo que
We
vivimos ahí
went
como
there to
cerca de
testify
la
and what we
Izarca,
lived
que
through,
nos altura.
all the ones who lived in the area. We were taken, and also people from other community, my mom, my mother, and myself as
¿Qué
well,
pasó cuando fueron a
to
declarar?
testify. We were taken to testify. When
When
I testified, we stayed at the police station during the night, and the next day my father arrived. And once we were there with my father, we were going to be all together there. And he left me there so he could go and
Después de que usted fue liberada,
look for
¿no
my
sufrió de alguna
brothers and
otra
sisters.
detención?
After you were there detained, did you go through the same thing again? Yes, during Christmas and New Year's in 1981, they came to Sinches during the night around 4 in the morning, and they came into my house. They broke the door and they grabbed me. They took me out of bed with my brothers and sisters, and they were grabbing me from my hair without my clothes or shoes, and they took me to the square, to the town. They took us there, and they tell us where we were hiding the guns, and they started to look through the house. And we found they gathered all the tools that we use at the farm. That's what they took to the square from the town. And then during the whole day, they were looking through the house. Then they killed our cows, our cattle, and they asked for it to be cooked. They ordered it for it to be cooked, and the rest of the meat, it was sent to Vilcas. I was sent to Vilcas with other people, and I was the only woman there. When they took me there to Vilcas at night, we arrived at night. Miss Georgina, what happened afterwards when you were taken to Vilcas? When we got there, it was night, and they took me into a room. There were many men. I don't know. I was the only woman who was in this dark room. They went in the room at night to hit me. They were hitting me over and over again, and they raped me, and I've suffered rape. There were around 7 people who hit me during the night. That's what I went through. Miss Georgina, could you please tell me what happened the next day? In the morning, they took me to Candallo, at Vilcas. I was there for a few hours, and we were taken to Huamangas, and I was detained there. And how was your detention in Huamanga? Can you please tell us that? I couldn't contact anyone. I couldn't talk to anyone with my family. In Huamanga, I had a cousin, so she knew I was detained there. She tried to get in contact with me, but they didn't let her. And I was there, and she couldn't get me any food or clothes, or my clothes was full of blood, stained with blood. So she was trying to find a lawyer to help me out, so that I can get some food. At any time during your detention, did you have an explanation on why you were detained? No, they only told me that they never told me why I was detained. Did they tell you at any time, did they give you a lawyer? No, actually, my cousin, she tried to find a lawyer so that they can help me. So my cousin was the one who tried. And Miss Georgina, when did you find out you were pregnant? When I was in jail, I was feeling very sick, and I was beaten up, and I was raped as well, and That's when they told me I was pregnant. Could you please tell us how did you feel when you found out you were pregnant? How was your pregnancy? When I found out that I was pregnant, I felt horrible. I felt I was going to die. I felt like dying. I felt like a monster with 7 heads. I felt horrible. Please, Miss Georgina, can you tell me when did you give birth? Did you give birth? When I gave birth, I was feeling really bad because I was thinking that she was going to be born in a bad state. Or did you know if there was yes, in Huamanga, I read there was court. There was a trial. And do you know how that trial ended? Yes. I knew that the decisions favored the perpetrators. They were freed, and I felt really bad because I didn't have any lawyers. Do you know if your lawyers said you were innocent? The lawyers were the ones who were in charge. Each case, I would participate, and they would inform me what they were doing. Thank you, Ms. Georgina. You declared. Did you testify on the Commission of Truth? Yes, they have called me to go testify with my daughter. I participate to testify so that I can get justice. Yes, that's how I participated. And then after your testimony, did the state give you any psychological treatment? No, I never received anything, any type of treatment from the state. On the contrary, other NGOs helped me, gave me some therapy, and helped me. Do you know if after your testimony there was a new trial? And yes, my lawyer told me the case was presented to the court. Were you a participant in this new investigation? I left the lawyer for them to inform me. Did you have any help from the state during this investigation? No, I never received any help. Did you know how this investigation ended? When they said it was archived, I just left it. I just left the lawyers to be in charge. Did you know if they asked for a DNA test? Yes, I was informed of that. I was hopeful to know who was the person who raped me. But they said that that's not possible anymore. They said they would do it, but they never did it. And how did you feel after the investigation was archived and that the DNA test was not carried out? I was disappointed, felt bad, completely disappointed. Are you registered on the unique register of victims? Yes, I am registered so that I could get
de médico y en la
medical help
educación.
and education.
Y ahí dice vivienda dice, pero nunca vivienda como tenía mi casita y no puedo poder esta vivienda porque yo pues,
I was
salud,
living in a small house, but
como CIS, a todo el mundo en la Perú que atiende en CIS hace igualito de la atención, no hay nada de especial que
there is
tenemos
no special attention like
¿Usted ha
on
recibido
the
alguna
health
reparación económica?
regard.
Y
Have you
reparación mínimo
received
que me
any
ha dado es
monetary
5,000
compensation? Yes, 5,000 soles.
¿Cómo se siente
How do
luego
you
de no
feel
haber alcanzado
after
justicia durante
not
todos estos años?
having justice after all these years?
Imagínate,
I feel
después de
bad.
tantos años que
Imagine
viví, ¿verdad?
after all these years,
40 y tantos años,
40 something
ya
years,
no alcanzo justicia,
not
no
having
es-
justice, I'm
y
not
se
heard.
tardan en todo eso.
I feel really bad.
Teniendo ello en cuenta,
And
¿qué le
taking into
pediría usted
consideration
hoy a la honorable
this,
Corte de
what would
respecto
you
de su caso?
ask the court, the honorable
Ahora
court,
que me
for
pueden
your case?
escuchar,
Now that I'm being heard, my
necesito
testimony is heard,
justicia.
I need justice,
Reparación para mi
reparation
familia,
for my family,
para mis hermanos
for
que
my
han vivido
siblings
también
who
afectados, a todos
have been
afectados,
affected.
una justicia.
Please, I need justice.
Muchísimas gracias,
Thank
señora
you so
Georgina.
much,
Esas son todas
Ms.
las
Georgina.
preguntas
Those
de
are
los
all the
representantes.
questions of the
Muchas gracias a la
representatives.
representación de las presuntas víctimas.
Thank you for the presentation of
Seguidamente le doy la palabra al Estado para
our
que proceda con
alleged
los
victims, and
documentos.
I'd like to give the floor to the state to proceed with the
Paso
question.
señora Presidenta.
Yes, Madam
Y hago
President.
extensivo el saludo también a los miembros
I'd
de la
like to
Corte,
also
los
greet
de
the
la
members of the
Comisión
court,
y los
of the
representantes de la presunta víctima.
representatives,
Señora Georgina,
the alleged
en nombre
victim,
de la
Ms. Georgina,
Procuraduría Supranacional que hemos
in the
manifestado
name
nuestro
of the
profundo
supernatural
Somos
procurator's
conscientes de la
office, I'd
legítima
like to
experiencia que la ha traído hasta
give
esta
you
audiencia.
respect. I
Y en esta
know their
medida,
experience
nuestras
you've brought to
preguntas
this
estarán
hearing,
formuladas con
and in this
especial
case,
cuidado,
our
procurando
questions
siempre
will be
que se
asked very
desarrollen en un
carefully,
ambiente de
trying
consideración y
to
de
have
moderación.
them asked in
Dicho esto, vamos a
an
formular la
environment of
primera
consideration. Yes, I'd like to ask the
En el
first
marco de
question.
las
In the framework of the
investigaciones abiertas a
open
partir de sus
investigations,
denuncias por presunta
after
violación
your
sexual y
denouncement
tortura,
of
¿podría indicar
sexual abuse
si
and
asistió
torture,
a
can
todos
you
los exámenes médicos y
can you
pericias
indicate
ordenadas
if you
por el
went
Ministerio Público
to all the
o
medical
si en alguna
examinations,
oportunidad
or
dejó de concurrir a estas diligencias?
did you
Sí,
stop
le
going to those
participé todo.
to those meetings? Yes, I did participate in all of them. Could you name what exams were given? I had medical exams.
Para examinar y para sacar para saber qué lo que estaba gestando.
And to see what was being being grown in my body, and to see what was going wrong, if anything. And after 2010, did you go through a procedure having to do with the judicial procedures? Did you have to take a psychological exam or any other procedures? Thank you. Second question. You said you were a victim of sexual violence and torture in 1981, and that your complaints were. Can you say if you're currently giving psychological or medical treatment in a hospital, and if this care has to do with the events that you denounced? Never I have. You said that currently you use the CIS. Do you know that if in CIS you receive medical care and psychological? No, no, that's another thing. I don't give. I didn't receive anything from the CIS. And in that same line of questioning, you said in your complaint that this received impunity and you didn't receive full reparation. In that context, could you say that in an opportunity to receive amount of money that from your registration of victims having to do with 1981? Objection. The question is repetitive. She already responded these questions beforehand. Yes. Objection sustained. I'd like to... the question is important because Mrs. Gamboa talked about the illegality and the impunity. She just talked about the economic reparation. This is a question that has to do other. We consider that she's not only received money, but all other types of reparations. She should respond to this. I will allow the question. Please repeat it. Yes. Thank you, Madam President. Yes. Could you say that at one point, if you or a member of your family have received economic reparation? No. No reparation. Yes, I just received 5,000 soles. Just that amount directed towards you? No. No, my family members didn't receive any amount of money. You said newly in your complaint that there was impunity and you didn't receive integral reparation. Could you explain in more detail if you or your family members have received some type of scholarship given by the state within the framework of the reparation in the registry of victims? Yes, a scholarship for my daughter received it, but no, but to my brothers, no. They are not using because they're older. No, they're not using them for entrance exams and so forth. Can you say within, if you could say within the framework of the previous answers, if there's type of reparation, is there a type of reparation in housing? Can you say if you've requested to the Paraguayan state some kind of reparation of housing to where you reside? Yes, I have my small home from the fruits of my labor, my work, and I cannot have access to my own home. It's not going to help me. We haven't received any type of housing. Have you formally requested improvements within your home, within this framework? No, I haven't. Okay, thank you very much. I will finish with one last question. Can you let us know, and at what moment did you communicate to your representative that you were a minor based on the events? I know that I was a minor because when I lived, I was 16 years old. And I knew that I was a minor at that time. I will reformulate the question. Can you mention at what moment did you communicate that to your legal counsel? When I was in Ayacucho, when I had a lawyer, a counsel, and at that point I told him that I was a minor. I give the floor to my colleague. Yes, good morning, ma'am. Just one additional question so that you let us know. If you remember, during your attention in 1981, do you remember if you were investigated or you were investigated for the commission, from Benigno Medina del Campo? No, I didn't understand it. Do you remember that there was an investigation against you for the murder of Benigno Cartes? Benigno. No, I don't remember it. With that, we finish our line of questions. Thank you for the representation of the state. Now we'll have the space for questions from the judges. Judge Diego Moreno, do you wish to ask questions? Thank you very much. Ms. Georgina, you're welcome to the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. Welcome to Paraguay. This is where I'm from. I would wish that you could have visited us under better circumstances. I'd like to ask you a few questions if I can. And I would thank you for the valuable testimony that you have given today to the court. Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Georgina, your representatives have asked you what you expect from this court. You said you expect justice. What way do you think that this court, after 40 years of searching for justice that you've been looking for, in which way do you think that the court can repair the damage that you have suffered? Yes, thank you to open the door to me. Thank you for listening to me. I would also like to have justice for my family that has also suffered, and that we were all affected. And my daughter, who is a mother now, she's also affected from my pregnancy onward. I wish that she may receive reparation. And for me, I also want justice. And I want the state to respond better. Thank you. If I can ask a few more questions. When the second detention happened, was the detention happen in presence of your siblings? How many siblings do you have? There are 9 siblings. There are 8 that are alive. One brother has disappeared. We don't know what became of him. Now we have 8 brothers. What ages are your siblings at that time? I'm the eldest of all the siblings, and all were younger than me. Did all of them see how you were taken? Yes, they all saw that. Was that 4 in the morning? Yes, that was at 4 in the morning, and they all saw that happen. They were very scared. Do you have other children or other daughters? Yes. After 10 years of having my daughter, I have a son that lives with me. What did you tell Rebecca about this? How did you have your relationship with Rebecca? I imagine as a child it was difficult. Can you tell us about that? It was very difficult for everyone to tell her because she was a child. When I had my commitment with my couple after 10 years, we talked about everything really, because she talked to my partner. She called him Dad, and then this happened after what had happened to your mother. And when you are an adult, I will tell you exactly what happened. So I didn't tell her exactly before that time. And you manifested that you never received support for bringing her up. Can you let us know how the support that you received? Did you receive any type of support? No, none. I did not receive any support. Need for her for education. Dan received a scholarship so she could study. She was a mother and she just already had children, so she didn't take advantage of that scholarship. And now she's going to give that to her daughter. So the scholarship is now was given to her as an adult. Yes, that's correct.
unas pocas preguntas más.
A few more questions, Georgina, Ms.
Yo sé que
Georgina.
han pasado muchísimos
I know
años,
that
más de
a lot
40
of
años.
years have gone by, more than 40 years. Do you remember the exact date of the second detention?
Y para sí, era el año
Yes,
nuevo.
it was
Ya
during the
para
New Year.
tiempo que pasó 80 y de ahí para año nuevo ya para 81.
For New Year of 1981.
¿Cuál es su lengua materna?
What is your native tongue? I speak Quechua. As a child, I only spoke Pro-Quechua, and when I came to Lima, I learned how to speak Spanish. So when the events happened, you didn't understand Spanish, is that right? Yeah, no, I just spoke Quechua at that time. Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you, Ms. Georgina. I do not have any more questions to ask, Madam Chair. Madam President. Thank you very much, Judge Diego Moreno Rodriguez. Yes, Judge Patricia Goldberg. Good morning. I also thank your presence here and your valuable testimony. So I just have a few more questions. You told us that there were two trials. Could you describe to us how was it for you to have a trial? What do you remember about that? Everything that you remember from the first trial. Yes. And to those that are guilty who had money, that they would recognize what had happened. But when Salero was free, and Pamela there, I was totally disappointed. And all of us are because because the files were archived. And in that trial, did you have a lawyer? Yes, I had a lawyer. Do you remember how long that trial lasted? And two opportunities. And it was Huamanga, in the Meca capital. I didn't participate in Huamanga when I was in Lima.
Sí, Huamanga. ¿Cuánto tiempo se acuerda que duró ese proceso de Huamanga?
Perdón, no escuché.
Sí, ¿cuánto tiempo más o menos duró ese proceso en Huamanga?
Habrá sido porque yo estaba allá como 5 meses y estaba ahí.
Y en ese primer juicio, usted nos ha comentado que no se realizaron pruebas de ADN, pero en ese primer juicio, ¿se pidieron pruebas de ADN o fue en el segundo juicio solamente?
En el segundo juicio ya.
En el primer juicio
primero no han pedido nada.
¿Usted se acuerda qué tipo de diligencias se hicieron en ese primer juicio en Huamanga? ¿Qué cosas pidió su abogado o qué cosas pidieron las autoridades de justicia?
Sí, porque justamente por caso que de violación y la investigación porque que me trajeron que yo era menor de edad.
Bien, y con relación al segundo juicio, si nos puede contar cómo fue ese segundo juicio, cómo se inició, qué cosas ocurrieron, todo lo que recuerde, por favor.
Segundo juicio ya estaba acá en la ciudad de Lima y bueno, de ahí era de presidente de abogado de Comicep. Ellos sí, bueno, todas las presentar y hacer instituciones. Entonces yo me necesitaba para poder irse para presentarme a la noche todo eso y me ayudaron a la que abogado de Comicep.
¿Y usted recuerda qué tipos de diligencias pidieron, por ejemplo, sus abogados o pidió usted, se realizaron?
Si, por ejemplo, solicitaron para poder sacarse ADN de mi hija y
Yes,
también la parte de los padres también, y
testing.
entonces sí, no se llevaron eso,
Yes, they requested.
también falta de pruebas, no sé qué,
There was a
dejaron
lack of
libertad, que ya no se puede hacer
proof,
y ya que y ahí se cerraron caso cuando ya
and they
después me
closed the
dijeron que ya
case, and they
está
told me
presentada a la corte, ya presentar la caso, entonces ya no se podía hacer nada ya.
that there was nothing to be done.
¿Y usted durante ese segundo
And
juicio
during
siempre
the
tuvo
second
contacto con
trial,
sus
you
abogados,
were
seguido,
always
hablaba
in contact with your
frecuentemente con
lawyers.
ellos?
Did you talk to
Sí,
them
uno tenía
frequently?
bastante contacto, lo que
Yes,
estaba haciendo,
they
lo que
told me what they were
gestionando, todo eso sí
doing.
me informaba, sí, estaba en
I was
contacto,
informed.
sí.
Yes,
Y una cosa que yo sé que se
and
comentó, pero
I
no
know
tomé bien
something
nota, así que me gustaría que usted
was
me
mentioned.
pudiera
This was mentioned
aclarar.
before, but I didn't
Cuando
take notes. Could you please
cuando
clarify
se decidió la
when
absolución de estas personas, ¿eso fue,
these
hubo
people
algún
were
recurso
freed?
respecto de eso? ¿Alguna apelación?
There
¿Algún
was
tipo
any
de reclamo
appeals
respecto de eso por parte de sus
or
abogados?
reclamation
No,
from
parte
your
de
lawyers?
los abogados que ya bueno, porque como dije que está presentado, ya la corte ya está hecho y ya
And
no,
they said that
ellos
since
sí se encargaban
this was
para
done
poder
in the court,
hacer estas gestiones, los abogados ya.
that was it.
Por eso, para entenderle bien, ¿ellos
Yes, to understand you
apelaron
correctly,
esto o no?
there was an appeal for this
Eso no me
case.
informaron
I
que
wasn't
apelaron.
informed of this.
Y este segundo juicio,
And
¿se
this
puede,
second
recuerda usted
trial,
cuánto duró?
do you
¿Cuánto
remember
tiempo,
how long it
más
lasted
o menos, en Lima?
in Lima?
Eso es cuánto tiempo,
Eh,
la fecha exacto,
I
cuánto
don't
tiempo
know the
eso,
exact
no me
date.
acuerdo
I don't
muy bien.
remember.
Pero cada que se le veía la caso, sí, me citaba, me llamaba y
But
participaba
when they
en
called me to
todo, sí.
testify, I would participate every time.
¿Usted no recuerda, por ejemplo,
don't remember?
Eso se lo pregunto a propósito de una pregunta
I
que se le hizo?
I ask you this
¿Que usted le haya
regarding
llegado una
another question
citación y
you
usted
were
no
asked.
haya ido? O
Do
sea,
you
todas las
remember
citaciones que usted
any
recibió, ¿usted fue?
Sí,
testification
me llamaron,
when you
sí, me
went
fui
to
acompañada
testify?
con
Maybe
abogados, sí,
sometimes
le
you didn't go.
participé, sí,
Yes,
cada
I went to all of them every time.
Muchísimas gracias, señora Fulgen. No tengo más
Thank you,
preguntas,
Mr.
presidente.
Gina. I don't have any other questions, Madam President.
Muchas gracias, jueza Pérez Goldberg. Jueza Gómez.
Thank you, Judge Goldberg. Judge Gomez, do you have any questions?
Gracias.
Thank you.
Señora Gamboa García, muchas gracias.
Ms. Gamboa Garcia, thank you so much for being here in this court,
Gracias por su testimonio.
in this hearing. Thank you for your testimony.
Yo sé que pasó hace mucho
I
tiempo,
know this
pero,
happened long ago.
Sabemos, por lo que escuchamos,
We know from what
que
we've
hubo
heard
una primera
that
detención
there was a first
en diciembre
detention in
de
December in
1980,
1980
estaba con sus padres,
when you were with your parents,
que después usted fue
and then
liberada,
you were
fue a
freed,
cuidar a sus hermanos,
you went to take
y
care of
luego
your
fue detenida
siblings,
nuevamente
and then you were detained a
a
second
principios de
time at the
1981,
beginning of
enero de
1981, in
1981.
January of
¿Nos
1981.
podría aclarar
Could you please
cuánto
clarify
tiempo
how
duró
long
esa detención?
did
¿Cuánto
this
tiempo
detention
estuvo
lasted
detenida?
for? How long
Después
were
de que
you
la detuvieron
detained?
en enero, que ocurrieron los hechos que usted nos contó,
What you told us happened,
después quedó embarazada de su hija.
and that
¿Cuánto duró
you
ese
were
tiempo?
pregnant
¿Cuánto
with your
estuvo? ¿Cuánto
daughter.
tiempo estuvo
How
detenida?
long were you detained?
Bueno, detenida lo que me sacaron de mi pueblo,
When they took me
Vilcas,
out
y
from my
estaba,
town, Vilcas,
durante una noche
during one night,
estaba ahí Vilcas,
I
Guamán,
was in
que lo
Vilcas,
que se ha corrido es violación, y
where
de ahí día
they
siguiente
raped
me
me.
pasa a Huamanga.
And then the next day, I went to they took me to
ya
Huamanga,
bueno, estaba detenida en cárcel,
and I
como
was
5
detained
meses.
in jail for 5 months. Yes, 5 months. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Because at some point, some of the documents say it was 5 years.
Y durante esos 5
This is
meses,
very useful for us. So during
usted
those
se empieza a
5
sentir
months,
mal,
you started
como
feeling
nos
sick,
contó,
as you
y
told us,
en ese momento se
and
da
at that time,
cuenta de que está embarazada.
you realized you were pregnant. Is that correct? Yes.
Y entonces usted dice que
And so,
cuando que a usted le dieron le dieron seguimiento a ese embarazo.
when they did a follow-up
¿Cómo
on
fue
your
que se
pregnancy,
reintegró a su vida?
how
Dice, estuve detenida 5 meses.
how did you go back to your life? You were detained for 5 months.
Cuando
What happened
la liberaron?
when you were
¿Volvió a su
freed?
casa?
Did you go back to your
¿Volvió con
house?
sus hermanos?
Did you go back to your siblings?
¿Cómo fue?
How did that happen?
Cuando me liberaron,
No, when I was
vine
freed,
frente a la ciudad de
I
Lima.
came to Lima,
Ya no regresé
and
al pueblo,
I didn't
ya,
go back to my town.
quedaron, que mis hermanos
My
y nada
brother,
más
my
cuidado de
siblings,
mi abuelita.
they stayed with my grandmother,
De ahí ya nunca regresé
and
ya,
I never went back after that.
Es decir que
So
una cosa, porque
this,
usted también contó que
you also told us that
esa madrugada que la fueron
during
a
that
buscar,
night when they
que la detuvieron,
went to
que también
get you,
mataron los animales.
they also
tenían ustedes.
killed the animals
Usted
that
dijo
you
que
had.
teníamos una vaca,
You had a
mataron
cow,
una vaca.
and they killed the cow, right?
Entonces, ¿en qué estado quedó
So
el
in
lugar
what
donde
state
usted vivía
was the
con sus
place
hermanos?
left when the place where you live with your siblings?
Mi pueblito se llama Parco.
My town is called
Parco,
Parco,
Vilcas,
and Vilcas
ponle ese Vilcas es caminar de mi casa como
is
5 o 6 horas caminar.
5-6 hours
Mi
walking
pueblo de
from
Parco.
my town, Parco.
Eso es lo que vinieron ahí, mi pueblo Parco, ahí es lo que caminamos
So
trasladar hasta Vilcas.
we walked
Durante todo
to
este
Vilcas,
mediodía que nosotros llegamos a la noche.
and we arrived at night to
Bien,
Vilcas.
y sus hermanos entonces dicen
And your brothers
fueron
and
a vivir
sisters
con su abuelita.
went to live
Con
with
mi
your
abuelita, sí.
grandmother,
Y el lugar donde
correct?
usted vivía
Yes.
con sus
And the
padres y
place
sus
where you live with
hermanos,
your
entonces
parents and
quedó
your
abandonado.
siblings
Le
was
abandonamos la
abandoned?
casa, sí.
Yes, we abandoned
Quiere
the
decir
house.
que quedaron todos desplazados.
So,
Sus hermanitos quedaron con su
all
abuela.
were
Además,
displaced.
habían matado a los
Your
animales.
brothers and sisters and your
Así.
parents and
Y
the
usted
animals were killed.
estuvo 5 meses
Yes,
detenida.
and you were 5 months
Después de eso,
detained,
estando
and then
embarazada,
after that, while you were
Así, sí.
you were pregnant,
dejó de estar detenida
you
y se fue
stopped being detained,
para Lima,
and you
Así.
went to Lima
sin hablar español.
without speaking Spanish.
¿Y qué pasó? Usted estaba embarazada
And what
en
happened?
Lima,
You were pregnant
sin
in
hablar
Lima
español.
without
¿Qué
speaking
pasó?
Spanish. What happened?
Yo hablaba quichua.
I
y
spoke
bueno,
Quechua,
que de ahí, en la
and
ciudad, y él se aprende
I
a
stayed in the
hablar,
city. I learned
el
how to
castellano.
speak Spanish.
Y ya con el tiempo que ya
And with time,
aprender
when I learned
para poder hablar.
this language,
Muy bien.
so I could talk.
Difícil aprender un idioma nuevo.
Yes, it is
Pero
difficult
cuénteme,
to
¿cómo
learn a new
sobrevivió?
language. But tell me, how
estaba
did you
embarazada,
survive? You were
familia
pregnant,
estaba desintegrada.
your family was disintegrated.
Yo, claro, tenía en la ciudad la familia.
Well, in the
esa parte de
city,
mi papá,
I
las
had
hermanas,
some
y
family
la
from my dad's
recogieron, y
side.
ella
They
estaba
picked
en
me
su casa
up,
de
and I
ella.
was in their house.
Por lo menos pudo ir a la
At
casa
least
de
you were able
familiares de su
to
papá.
go to
Así es.
the house of your father's family members. Yes.
Mis colegas ya le preguntaron
My colleagues already asked you,
cómo se repara.
how
Usted dijo, por ejemplo,
do you get reparation?
que su hija no había
Your
podido
daughter
beneficiarse
was
de
not
la
able
beca que
to
les dio
benefit
el
from
Estado.
the scholarship
¿Qué otros
given by the
ejemplos
government
tiene
or the state.
de cómo
What other
le
examples do
parece
you have on
que se pueden
how
reparar
can
las consecuencias de lo que ocurrió?
be reparation on the consequences of
Y-
what
y
happened?
bueno, que reparación para ella, que
Reparation for
no,
her.
Como yo, madre que trabajaba para mantener a mis hermanos, nunca no podía dar una educación buena.
When I was working when
para
she
que
was
pueda tener,
child,
claro, un techo que
and I would
tengo,
like for her to
vive
have
conmigo,
a house.
ella no tiene nada, techo que
She
donde
doesn't
vivir.
have a house for to live. She lives with
Ella
me.
sufre también,
She also
no
suffers.
está tan bien, la ha afectado también.
She
Ella
has been.
sufre
She's
con la
also
migraña,
affected
con
with all of
mal,
this.
con la
She has
presión,
migraine
todo sobre mal.
with all the
Y toda la-
pressure.
no hay atención también como
There
debe
is
ser para que pueda
no
atenderse.
type of care that she
Yo
receives,
quisiera que
and I
ella
would
tenga
like
atención
for her to
especial
receive a special care
y tener un techo.
and to have a house,
Bueno, le
a
agradezco
roof
mucho.
over
Muchas
her,
gracias
her head.
por compartir
Thank you
esto
so
con
much
nosotros.
for sharing this with us.
Muchas gracias, jueza Gómez.
Thank you,
Juez Pérez
Judge
Manrique.
Gomez. Judge Perez Manrique, do you have any questions?
Presidenta,
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning. Thank you so much for your testimony. I would like to ask you regarding your second detention. Do you remember the date when this happened, the second detention?
Disculpe, no escuché
I'm
bien.
sorry, I didn't hear correctly.
No recuerdo, no importa.
No,
escuché
I
bien.
didn't hear correctly.
No, la pregunta es, si
The
usted
question
recuerda,
is, if you remember when and what date you were detained the second time.
Después de Año Nuevo, que
After New Year's.
cuando pasó Navidad, Año Nuevo y Navidad. Después, ya que eso dicho que es enero.
It was January.
Pero la fecha no recuerdo.
But the date you don't remember? No, I don't remember the exact date. But it was January.
Era en enero.
Sí.
El hecho desgraciado de la violación sucedió al día en la noche en que fue detenida.
Did this happen
siguiente.
at the night you were detained or the next night?
Esa noche, sí, cuando me trasladaron a la
Yes, when I was taken to Vilcas.
Bien.
At night.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Aquí sí. Otra pregunta. ¿Usted sabía
Another
leer y
question.
escribir al momento
Did you
en
know
que
how
detenía?
to read and write when you were detained? No. Until now, I don't write correctly, and I can only write my name. Didn't go to school. I don't know how to read. That's okay. I ask you this because at some point, when you were detained, did they tell you, did they ask you to sign something or to stamp your fingerprint? When they took me to testify, yes, but I was always with the lawyer, with my lawyer. They told me what I could sign and where I could stamp my fingerprint. They would tell me that. Did they read to you what you were signing? Or no? No.
Gracias.
Thank you.
En algún momento, después de ese,
at some point,
o en qué momento
le
informaron o no si tenía derecho a no declarar, a tener una defensa de abogado.
If you were able to have a lawyer for your defense, was that during the first days?
Y bueno, siempre ahí abogado me comunicaba
the lawyer was
para poder
always there, and he told me
para poder participar siempre estaba comunicándome.
He always told me, communicating with me. But the question is, when you were detained, when did they tell you that you can have a lawyer? Did they tell you that you don't need to testify? Did they ever tell you any of this or give you this information? Only when your lawyer showed up is when you understood all this? They always communicated with me. They was always giving me information. During the time you were detained, were you able to see any family member, get in contact with your family? When I was in jail, yes, I have a cousin. She could get in and she took some clothes for me. But in jail, before that, no? No, before that, no. So you didn't have any communication? Yes. Regarding your language, people who detained you, did they speak to you in Spanish or did they talk to you in your language? Some of them, they did speak Quechua language. Okay.
¿Usted recuerda más o menos
Do
qué
you
tiempo pasó
remember
desde que la detuvieron hasta que
how much
la
time did it
llevaron ante
pass
el juez?
until you were taken to the judge?
No me acuerdo de exacta la
No,
hora
I
y
don't remember the
no
exact
me
time.
acuerdo.
Pero fueron unos días.
Días,
Were
sí.
there a few days? Was it a few days? Yes, a few days.
Le hago una pregunta sobre el momento que detienen a su
Regarding
madre.
the time
Ella
your
se lleva,
mother was
ella
detained,
cuando la llevan detenida, lleva a
when
su
she was
hermanito que
taken,
tenía 8 meses.
she took your
¿O queda
brother
con
who was
ustedes nomás y
8
con él?
months, or your
No,
brother
con mi
stayed with
mamá
you?
se ha seguido porque mi mamá
No,
está preso en cárcel
with my
y
mom,
2
because my
años
mom was
con
detained
mi hermanito y con el bebé.
with the baby, with
En
my brother,
cárcel 2
baby
añitos
brother.
también juntos.
O sea que lo llevó con ella y lo tuvo 2 años.
So
Sí.
Gracias.
she took him
Que
with her
usted
for
explicó
2
ante
years,
una
yes.
pregunta de los colegas
And
que
before
usted
you
colaboraba con
answer
la
that
tarea de campo y con la
you
tarea como
collaborated,
hermana mayor de
you
cuidar
helped
a
with
sus
the
hijos, a sus hermanos.
with domestic
¿Nos
activities
puede
and
ampliar
taking
un
care
poco
of
sobre
your
eso? ¿Cuál era su
siblings?
rol en la
Could you
familia?
please tell us what was your role
Bueno,
in the
nosotros
family?
como en campo que
Yes,
teníamos que
in
nuestro
the
ganado,
countryside or
cuidar
in the
el ganado
farm,
y
we
cuando
took care
siembra
of the
es
cattle,
en trabajar en la
or
chacra y
we
entonces
worked at the
también
field
yo
with.
como hija mayor yo tenía que
As
ayudar a mis
a
hermanos y
older
cuidar a
sibling,
sus
I should take
elementos y
care
cuando
of my
estaba ocupada
brothers
mi
and
mamá
sister
sí.
if my mom was busy
Le voy a pedir que usted,
at the
por lo
farm.
menos a mí no me quedó claro,
For me, at
cómo
least, it
fue este
wasn't
tema del
clear.
ADN en el
How
segundo juicio.
was the
¿Ustedes pidieron la
DNA
realización del
sample?
ADN y no se,
Did you ask for
y
a
el juez no le quiso
DNA
lugar?
test and
¿Cómo fue?
the judge didn't
No,
allow it?
me informaron la
I was
verdad que le
informed
habían solicitado
that
que si
they
se puede
requested
sacar su ADN
for a
de tu
DNA
hija, que le
test
puede hacer
for
para eso.
from my
Entonces
daughter,
yo estaba de acuerdo, claro, de que puede sacar a mi hija
and
también
I
para
agreed,
saber.
yes, to know.
Pero no se le llevó a hacer,
But
no se
this
fue
didn't
sacar.
happen. They didn't take the
O sea
sample.
que no se hizo porque el
So this
juzgado
wasn't done
no aceptó.
because the judge
No se
didn't
aceptó,
accept
no ha
this.
habido, no sé en qué, por qué razón
I don't know
no
the
la han
reason
llegado a hacer
why
sacarse ADN.
they didn't get the DNA,
Una última pregunta.
the DNA sample. One last
Son
question
dos aspectos, ¿no?
regarding
O
two
sea que usted
aspects.
se hizo cargo de
So
sus hermanitos
you took care of your
desde la
siblings
primera detención de sus
from the
padres y
first
suya,
detention of
y
your
una vez que la
parents,
liberan, hasta
and
el
once you were
momento la
freed
detienen por segunda vez. De aquí
until
para adelante usted
you
ya,
were detained the second time,
cuando sale en
and from
libertad,
that
se va
moment
para
on, when
Lima, ¿es así?
you were freed, you
Así,
went to
sí,
Lima.
le dejé
Is that correct?
su cuidado de mi
Yes,
abuelita, y todos
they
mis hermanos
were
menores.
left with my grandparents,
Bien,
with my
le
grandmother.
pido que nos diga con sus palabras,
Please
y esta
tell
es
us
mi
with
última
in your
pregunta,
own words. This
¿cómo
is my
afectó su
last question.
proyecto de vida toda esta
How
situación?
all this situation
¿De qué
affected
manera
your
usted,
life?
años después de los hechos, cree que su
How
vida ha
after
sido
this
perjudicada o
happened,
afectada
how
por
your life
estos
changed
hechos que pasaron
or
hace tantos años?
was affected by everything that
Bastante
happened?
afectado porque
My
sufrió
life was very affected. I have suffered.
casa, nuestro hogar,
We had to leave our house. We abandoned everything.
A la ciudad, la capital,
I had to come to the
contarme
city.
mis hermanos también ahí. A veces que ya educación darla ya en
My
capital.
siblings
A mis
didn't have
hermanos
education.
a todos nos afecta porque
We
a mis
were all
hermanos, a
affected. My
mí,
siblings,
mi
myself,
madre,
my
todo lo
mother,
que se ha vivido.
all of us who were involved.
Bien difícil
It
para
has been
salir
extremely hard.
Estamos afectados total.
We have been affected,
Le
all of
agradezco
us.
muchísimo sus declaraciones.
Thank you
Ha sido
so
usted
much
muy
for
amable,
your
señora. Muchas
testimony.
gracias.
You have been very kind. I don't have any more questions, Madam President. Thank you very much, Judge Modrovich. Do you have any questions?
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you,
En primer
Madam
lugar,
President.
agradecer a usted por
First
su
of all, I would like to
comparecencia en este reporte y
thank you for your presence here,
respuestas a las
for your
preguntas.
answers
Yo
to
quisiera,
the
señora
questions.
Georgina,
I would like
si
to
posible,
know,
que usted
Mr.
pudiera
Gina,
detallar,
could you please
las condiciones
tell us,
de
detail
conservación
the
del lugar donde estuvo detenida por la segunda vez.
conditions of the place where you were detained the first
Las
time,
condiciones también de la detención.
and the
Sí,
conditions
la
of the
segunda
second detention.
detención
Sorry,
estaba en Huamanga.
I was in Huamanga,
En Huamanga, en cárcel.
in jail.
Lo que venido Vilcas, de ahí de que porque pasamos a Huamanga, en Huamanga.
We went from Vilcas to Huamangas. I was in Huamangas for 5 months detained. But how were the conditions of the place where you were detained? Sorry, I didn't hear. I wanted to understand in detail what were the conditions of your detainment.
Bueno, mira que como digo que me trataron de roja, eso es lo que ellos por terrorista.
They treated me as a terrorist. I didn't know why I was detained. I was treated as a terrorist. And how was the place where you slept? Did you have any medical assistance? They took me to the doctor because I was feeling sick. I was very beaten. I was sick and very badly beaten. And they took me to the doctor so that the doctor can see me. I was taken there. Thank you, Mr. Gina. I don't have any other further questions. Thank you, Judge Mudrovich. Ms. Gamboa, when you realized you were pregnant, what kind of medical attention did you receive, if you received any?
Bueno, atención médica en Lima que me apoyaron para que puedan atender.
In Lima, they supported me to go to the hospital to go to see a doctor.
Para atender al hospital policía.
I went to the police hospital for my checkups for my daughter to be born there at the police hospital. That's where she was born. Did they assist you on the pregnancy when she was born, but during the pregnancy, did you have any kind of treatment? No. For control, for my pregnancy, for checkups. That's what. That's all. That's all the questions. Thank you so much for being here. If you would like to go back and take a seat in the audience. Thank you so much. Now we will continue with the victim declaration of the victim Ruth Gamboa Garcia, and request the secretary to call the second declarant, take her information, and make the pertinent precautions. Rebecca Ruth Gamboa Garcia.
Buenos días.
Hola, hola.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Le agradecería manifestar ante la corte.
If you could state to the court your name. Rebecca Ruth Gamboa Garcia. Thank you very much.
Nacionalidad.
Your national.
Peruana.
Lugar de residencia.
En Lima, Perú.
Muchas gracias. La declarante deberá limitarse a contestar clara y precisamente las preguntas que se le formulen. Se le informa que fue citada por la Corte para declarar sobre las afectaciones sufridas por el alegado contexto en el cual fue concebida y sobre las repercusiones que tuvieron dichas afectaciones a lo largo de su vida. Además, prestará declaración sobre las secuelas que la alegada violación sexual de su madre ha tenido en su salud mental. Se le informa que, de acuerdo con el artículo 53 del reglamento de la Corte, los Estados no podrán enjuiciar a las presuntas víctimas, a los testigos y a los peritos, a sus representantes o asesores legales, ni ejercer represalias contra ellos o sus familiares, a causa de sus declaraciones, dictámenes rendidos o su defensa legal ante la Corte. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, señor secretario. Le daré la palabra ahora a la representación de las víctimas para que sea.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Mi colega Cristian Guailinos de APRODE será quien realice las preguntas de los representantes.
Estimada Rebeca, buen día.
Buenos días.
Por favor, ¿podrías indicarnos tu fecha de nacimiento y edad?
Es 19 de octubre de 1981. Nací en el Hospital de Policía en Lima, Perú.
¿Cuál es tu relación con doña Georgina Gamboa?
Es mi madre.
¿Podrías indicarnos cómo fue el contexto de tu infancia, cómo era el núcleo familiar en tu infancia al inicio?
Vivía con mi mamá antes de los 5 años vivía con mi mamá en la casa de mi tía en Callao. Después de los 5 años ya mi mamá consiguió un terreno y nos mudamos a San Juan de Lurigancho a vivir con mi mamá y mi abuelita, mis tías, las hermanas de mi mamá.
¿Cómo fue tu relación con tu abuela y tus familiares?
What was your relationship with your grandmother and with your family members? Yes.
Con mi abuelita, porque ella estaba conmigo.
I lived with my grandmother, but she was with me. She was accompanying me and with us. We were all minors. And with my grandmother, because my mother went out to work, and my mother went out to work to earn the money for the family, and in that family nucleus, was there a change there? Yes, there were changes, because my mother had a commitment, and my grandmother got her lot. Then she went to live with her children, my grandmother, and I was left with my mother, and then with my brother who had a child, and so we were living there, the four of us. So Rebecca, can you tell us your relationship with your mother as a child? My relationship with my mother as a child was not very close, such as other children who have more contact with their mothers. As a child, I was a bit distant from my mother. I was a bit distant. I couldn't get very close to her in that sense, to my mother. And during your childhood, did you know about the circumstances surrounding how you were conceived? At first, no. My mother told me, because the person considered as my father, that I considered my father, was not my true father. My mother said at 10 years old that he wasn't my father, and then I was told the truth, how things had happened, and I couldn't understand it at that moment because I was very small, very young. And then I learned later on. She just told me that my father was not my father. He was my stepfather. And so then that I considered my father was not my father. How did that affect you emotionally to know that the person that you considered your father was not your father? It was very difficult for me. It was very shocking to know that I don't have a father, to know that I only had a last name. But my sister did have a mother and a father. That hurt me a great deal. And I wanted to know why I didn't have a father. Why can't I have my father? Where is he? What happened to him? Did he die? I didn't know the truth. It was very hurtful for me during those years. Because why did I have to go through this? I would ask myself. Yeah, Rebecca, afterwards, how did you learn about this? You said that your mother said because you were a child, she couldn't explain the real situation to you. Afterwards, how did you learn about this situation? I learned about the truth when I was invited to the Commission of the Truth. She was invited to give her testimony, and like we are here. I accompanied my mother, and then in front of my mom, I learned everything that had happened at that moment. I found out about everything at that time. How did that emotionally affect you? It's now, as listening to her testimony, it affected me greatly. It's very emotional, made me very sad. It's very painful, and to know and to relive everything that happened to my mother. It made me think about a lot of things. I realized that with me, I thought and I realized, and that with that motive, I was conceived. And it really affected me greatly to learn about that. Madam President, can you give some time so she can have a drink of water, and we'll give you a space of time so then you may proceed afterwards. Yes, I'm okay. I can proceed. Thank you very much, Rebecca. When you learned of that situation, how old were you? I was 21. I was already a young woman. But the way in that I became aware of this, it hurt me. There was a lot of pain. But when my mother finished, at that moment, we accompanied her to the psychologist, and the psychologist helped me to process this information at that moment of what had happened to my mother. I was able to calm down a lot. And Rebecca, how did that affect your project of life or your life? Yes, a lot. Because I had yes, because I would go out and see in the streets these relationships of other mothers with their children, and I admired her. I admired my mother. How was it possible as a woman, how she was able to do that? She had to go through it. It produced a lot of pain. So Rebecca, at a certain time, did you feel guilty about what had happened to your mother? Yes, at the beginning, yes. And I thought I was guilty. If I wouldn't have been born, my mother wouldn't have been like that with me. So yes, I had these feelings. This weakened me as a child and all my childhood through my adolescence as well. At the moment, I was already 21 years old. So everything that I lived through as a child will not be the same throughout my life. I'll always remember that until I recover 100%. So tell us, Rebecca, after learning of this, how was your relationship with your mother? And it hurt me a lot because I understood the way my mother acted with me, her treatment, the lack sometimes of love. The psychologist helped me greatly to accept my mother. And my mother, she's always been with me for everything. She's been my mother. She's been giving me advice and been a great mother. Do you have children? Yes, I have a child of 18 and one of 16 years old. So how's the relationship of your mother's accompaniment when you were pregnant, and the relationship with your children? How was that? It was good because my mother supported me in my 2 pregnancies. She's a grandmother. She's a very happy grandmother, very proud grandmother to be with my children. She's very loving, very patient. She's like a mother to my children. And raising, insofar as raising your children, was that affected by everything that happened to you? Yes. Yes, there are factors that contributed to this, and how one needs to raise their children. One tries to make a difference, not only things that regarding to things that my mother may have done at a certain time that perhaps do things differently with my children. And in that sense, the psychologist helped me a lot to continue with my life, and to leave behind what I lived through and to be a little bit more at peace with myself and to try to be normal with my children. And so you mentioned that you've always had support from psychological support for you and your mother. Is that psychological support, was that given by the state? No. No. The psychological support were from the NGOs. They've always supported me to carry things on and to move things forward. Regarding the processes, the judicial proceedings with your mother, did you know about these? Yes, there of some things, yes. After the Commission on Truth, my mother let her know, and that I should do a DNA test, and I told her that yes, I would do that. Did you know that there would be a DNA test? Yes, I knew. And I said yes because I wanted to know the truth. I knew I thought that at that moment that should be justice for my mother. But it didn't happen that way. The DNA test did not occur, no. How did you feel of not having the opportunity to know the truth? I told my mother afterwards, there have been so many years that went by, and this was very difficult for me, and I realized what she had suffered. So that's why I want justice, because the justice was not served. She didn't receive justice. When they heard my mother's testimony, they think certain things, and I started to feel really bad after 6 months.
Did you give any testimony during this time? No, never. Are you part of the register of victims? Are you registered? Yes, I am registered due to my mother because she's a victim, direct victim, and I am an indirect victim. But in this case, do you feel victim as well? Yes, obviously. Because everything I have suffered, even though I wasn't living with her, what happened, her rape, but indirectly, what I carried since I was born and my childhood, how I was raised, of course I'm a victim. Did you receive any economic reparation? No. Any reparation on education, a scholarship? They gave me something that said that they give me health for all the people in Peru, but education, it was too late for me, and I'm trying to give this to my daughter so that she can study, and that's not, I couldn't get the scholarship for universities, but she has to apply and do paperwork to get that. It's not easy. Did you have any reparation on housing? No. Finally, to close, Rebecca, how do you feel when you're being here for the first time in front of a court and being able to express what you lived through and being heard. I feel very thankful for the invitation and because I'm being taken into consideration. In my country, I've never been taken into consideration, and that I can get justice for my mother and other women who have also suffered, such as myself, who are also daughters of raped women who were raped, who were never who never knew about their rights. And thank you for listening to me, my mother, and that everyone knows what happened in my country. Thank you so much, Rebecca. This would be all the questions, Madam President. Thank you. Thank you to the representation of the alleged victim. Ms. Gamboa, now the state have time for questioning. If you need to take some time, we can give you some time. How do you feel? Yes, I'm okay. Thank you. So now I give the floor to the state to proceed with the questioning. Ms. Rebecca from the Supranational Procurator's Office would like to give our respects to you. We know about your testimony, and that's why the questions we are going to carry are respectful to you. I will make 4 questions, and my colleague will do some more. You have mentioned that when you were born and the rape of your mother have psychological consequences. Can you please tell us in the last 10 years you have received any psychological care regarding these situations that you went through? No, I haven't.
Cuando yo llevé terapia fue en particular.
When I went to see a psychology, it was from NGOs. It was a private institution. Regarding the CIS that you mentioned, you have not received any help regarding mental health? No. Thank you. The second question. Could you please tell us if the state gave you a scholarship due to these situations you went through? Like I said, yes, I received a scholarship, but it was too late so that I could study because I already had 2 children. And I couldn't study anymore. In the framework of this request, you requested this voluntarily. Did you have any reparation regarding education? I am right now doing the paperwork so that I can give this to my daughter because there is paperwork I need to do so that my daughter can get the scholarship. I haven't gotten an answer yet if this can happen, and she also has to take an exam so she can have the scholarship. I am going to ask you again, did you receive any kind of education? No. You have mentioned that during the consequences of the rape of your mother has had repercussions in your life. You have mentioned that you can pass this scholarship to your children. To which institutions you have requested this? Now, in the month of January, I was doing all the paperwork to pass this scholarship to my children, but I didn't get any answer, and only recently it could maybe happen next year, but still they need to take an exam
¿Usted ha recibido por parte de
Have you
Pronavec,
received
el
from
instituto que otorga
Pronavec,
becas en el
the
Estado
institute
peruano, algún
that
tipo de sanción
awards scholarships?
por
Have you
algún tiempo
received?
determinado en base, por ejemplo, a no haber utilizado efectivamente algún tipo de beca?
Was
¿Tiene
this
conocimiento
cancelled
de eso?
because you didn't receive, because you didn't use the scholarship? Do you know about this? No, I don't.
Ahora le voy a hacer el uso de la palabra a mi colega.
Now
No
I'll give the floor to my colleague, but before,
le cedo el uso de la palabra a
well,
mi colega.
I give the floor to my colleague. Thank you.
Señora Rebeca.
Miss Rebecca.
Continuando con
Following up with the questioning,
de hacerla sentir mal,
I don't want to make you feel bad,
nos
but
estamos refiriendo con relación al objeto de su declaración.
regarding your
Y es que,
testimony,
en ese sentido, yo quisiera preguntarle
I
a usted
want to
si
ask
es que,
you if
usted tiene conocimiento del código de atención
do
especial
you know about the special code in the health system that the state of Peru gives regarding human rights? Well, I will tell you a case that happened once. They told me that I had preferential attention. I took my child to the health post, and they said they couldn't care for me, they couldn't see me. I had to wait for my appointment. It was no different. There was no difference for me. I had to wait as any other people. So there was no difference.
Hola. Sí.
Yes,
En
okay.
base a su respuesta,
based on your answer, that's why I asked the previous question. Do you know if there is this code of special attention? Because this code states that you have a priority for people who have suffered in their human rights. But have you ever or have you ever been to the health system and asking for this code that I'm mentioning?
Bien, gracias.
No.
Y por último,
okay, perfect. Thank you. And lastly, I would like to ask you, Ms. Rebecca, if during the last proceedings, did you accompany your mother? Because your mother already mentioned and at the court that due to her conditions, she didn't know everything from the case. But have you been with your mother? Have you been with her during these proceedings in the second trial? During the second trial? No, I haven't. My mother has always been to the proceedings, and during the last one, they told her to have the DNA test done. The lawyer told her that, and the lawyer asked me if I would accept that. Thank you, Ms. Rebecca. The state doesn't have any more questions. Thank you to the representatives from the state. Now we have the space for my colleagues to have it. Do any questions? Judge Moreno, do you have any questions? First of all, Ms. Rebecca, welcome to the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. As I mentioned, your mother, and you're welcome to Paraguay, and I had hoped that you visit us in less hurtful circumstances. Nonetheless, I give you my warmest welcome and give you my gratitude for your testimony, which is extremely valuable for this court. Having said that, I would like to ask you a few short questions. What do you do for work today? I am working. But due to my health, I have fibromyalgia,
no me ha permitido a veces
and
trabajar
sometimes
normalmente.
it hasn't allowed me to work
Como
normally.
cuidando a unos
I
ancianos
take care of
que son adultos
elder
mayores,
people,
voy 3 veces por
and
semana.
I go there 3 times a
Y ahí
week,
estoy en casa con mis hijos.
and then I'm at home
¿Los
with my
médicos le han expresado
children.
alguna
Have doctors ever
cuál podría
tell
ser la
you
causa de esa fibromialgia
what
que usted sufre?
might be the cause of this
Sí, me dijeron que
fibromyalgia?
era
Yes,
porque
they told
en
me
su
that
tiempo
it
he
was
sufrido
because
de, ¿cómo se llama?
I have
De
suffered
depresión.
of depression.
Estuve con depresión.
I've suffered from
Estuve con
depression.
tratamiento
I
psicológico.
had
También estuve
psychological
con
treatment,
tratamiento psiquiátrico. Porque tomaba
psychiatric treatment,
medicamentos porque no podía dormir bien.
because I couldn't sleep well.
Tenía, o sea, estaba mal, entonces
I wasn't
necesitaba un poco
feeling
de ayuda.
well,
Y
and
eso también me ha
I needed some help.
implicado que yo
So
después con el tiempo sufre de esta enfermedad.
that has, because of that,
¿Cuál es
I'm
su nivel
suffering from this
educativo?
disease.
Usted terminó el
So
colegio,
what's
pero
your
entiendo que no
education
pudo
level?
acceder a la
You
universidad.
told us you weren't able to go
Contó
to
algo
university.
sobre algún estudio que hizo. Si nos puede
You
dar un
studied
poquito más de
something, but
detalles
could you
sobre
please give us
Sí,
some
yo
more detail?
terminé el colegio.
Yes, I
Como no tenía las
finished school,
posibilidades
but
de
since
tener
I
estudiar algo mejor o
couldn't study
superior,
something better or
no podía
to
porque
access
en sí mi
a
mamá
higher
era la que
education because
nos mantenía,
my
entonces
mother
no
was
alcanzaba.
the breadwinner and
Yo
we didn't
ya
have
con
enough
mis años
money.
allá, entonces busqué SEO, que allá es unas instituciones
I
que
went to these
son
SEO
más
institutions
prácticas,
where
cortas. Estudié un poco de
I studied
enfermería, también
nursing,
estudié repostería, un poco de
bakery,
cocina.
cooking.
Sí, estudié porque era poco
I
tiempo,
studied because
duraba
there were
2
short
años, otros
courses,
1 año.
1 or 2 years,
Con eso que estudié,
and with
también
that,
por eso que conseguí el
that's
trabajo,
why I
porque
was able to
yo
get this
trabajar,
job.
¿no?
Gracias. ¿Usted hasta hoy está bajo tratamiento psicológico? Hasta hoy
Thank you.
continúa?
Do you still have a
No,
treatment
ya
till
no.
today? No,
Pero sí
not anymore.
me recomendaron que
But I
tenía
was
que
recommended
llevar terapia,
to
terapia
still
física,
have
pero
therapy,
la
physical
costa
therapy.
para mi terapia física se demora mucho,
But
entonces
it
yo
takes a
tuve
long
que
time
por
for
mi
my physical
cuenta
therapy,
pagar
so I
para
have
poder
to
ir a
go
mis
on my
terapias,
own,
para
pay
que
from
me
my own
hagan
pocket
masajes
to
con
get
unas
some
maquinitas que te hacen,
massage
todo eso,
with
porque
some machines
me dolía mucho
because
los huesos y
my
no
bones
me
hurt a
podía
lot
quedar paralizados,
and
entonces tuve
they
que
could
por
get
mi cuenta
paralyzed.
buscar
So
por particular,
I had to
pagando para
go
ir a
on
mis
my
sesiones de
own to
terapia.
a private institution to pay for these therapy sessions.
Cambiando de tema, sus dos
Changing the
hijos,
subject, your two
entiendo que es una nena y un varón, ¿es así?
your two
¿Ellos
children,
tienen conocimiento de la
girl and a
violación
boy,
que sufrió su madre?
do they know about the rape of your mother?
Como el que yo
No.
me he enterado, en algo proceso no solamente saben que
They only
yo
know
le he comentado que la mamita ha sufrido
that
en
your
tiempo
Rani
de
has
conflicto
suffered
armado y tiene su caso.
during the
Nada
armed
más
conflict
es lo único
at her
que he
house.
comentado
That's
porque
all
no
I
quiero
have told
exponer a
them
mis hijos.
because I don't want to expose my children.
Solamente dos preguntas más.
Only 2 more
¿Cuál es su
questions.
reacción hoy cuando
What's your reaction today
nos contó que usted quería ser policía?
when
¿Cuál es
you
su reacción
told us
cuando
you
ve un
wanted to be
policía
a police officer?
en las calles de Lima
What
o
is
en
your
otros lugares de
reaction
Perú?
when you see police
¿Qué siente?
officers in the streets of Lima?
Ustedes tenían admiración, pero ahora
I used to admire them,
Claro
but
que hay un
not now.
respeto, porque
Of course, I
son
respect
autoridad,
them because
pero
they are
hoy
authority,
nada más.
but
Ya
that's it.
no puedo llegar a más,
I can't
solamente respeto porque es una autoridad.
admire them. I respect them because they are the authority.
Una última pregunta.
One last question.
En el caso de que así lo determine el tribunal,
If the
¿cómo
court
considera
determines
usted,
this,
señora Rebeca, que
how
este
do you
tribunal podría
consider
reparar el
this
daño que
court
usted ha
can
sufrido?
repair the damage you have suffered?
Que, mire, pagar el daño.
To repair the damage,
Me siento un poquito mal.
right now I feel
muy difícil
I feel a bit bad. It will be very difficult to recover all the years and the damage I've suffered. But I would like to know the truth that never arrived during these
No,
43
no
years.
hay, y entonces yo quisiera
There's,
eso, saber la
I would
verdad,
like to know the
todo,
truth.
y que si se puede pagar los culpables
And
deberían de
the
pagar,
people who are guilty
y
to
que
pay
para
for
mi
what they've
mamá,
done, so
obvio,
that my mother
que haya su justicia, su
can have
reparación,
justice
no
and
en tantos
reparation.
años.
Muchísimas gracias,
Thank you
señora
so
Rebeca. Yo
much,
no
Ms.
tengo más
Rebecca.
preguntas,
I don't
Presidenta.
have any further questions,
Muchas gracias,
Madam
Moreno.
President.
Jueza Pérez Gómez.
Thank you, Judge Moreno.
Sí,
Judge
Presidenta, muchas gracias.
Perez. Thank you, Madam
Muchas
President.
gracias, señora Rebeca,
Thank
por
you,
su
Ms. Rebecca,
testimonio.
for your testimony.
Quisiera hacer algunas preguntas
I would like to ask a few
para
questions
aclarar algunos
to
elementos que
clarify
usted ya
some
nos
of the
comentó.
elements you have mentioned.
Durante su infancia, ¿usted
During your
recibió
childhood,
algún tipo de
did you
apoyo
receive some
del
kind of
Estado
support from
económico
the
o de
state,
la
economic
escuela
or
o
some
algún
other
tipo de
type?
apoyo?
Any type of support? No.
Cuando el representante
When the
del Estado le
representative of the
señaló,
state
si había tenido algún tipo
mentioned
de
if
asistencia
you have had any type
psicológica o
of
médica en el
psychological or
sistema
medical
público,
assistance in
usted
the
señaló
public
que no, pero
system,
dijo
you
que sí
said
había
no,
tenido algunas atenciones en el
but
sistema privado.
you said some
¿Cómo-
you
cómo
had
fueron
some
esos
assistance
servicios?
in the
¿Quién lo
private sector.
pagó?
Who
¿Cómo
paid
se
for
dio
that?
eso?
Esa fue por la ONG,
That was through
ese
the
tiempo,
NGO,
por mi mamá, por
thanks
su caso.
to my mom,
Entonces,
due to her case.
obvio, los psicólogos se dan cuenta que
The psychologists
no es la única víctima de mi
realized
mamá,
that
que
my
yo también
mom was
necesito,
not the only
porque también
victim.
he
I
sufrido y he
also
pasado, ¿no? Entonces, por
went
ese
through a
motivo
lot.
que yo, a mí
That's
también
why
me llamaron para
I have
poder
been called
ir a las terapias.
to go to the
Entonces,
therapies.
ahí vieron que sí necesitaba y yo llevé
They saw
bastante
that I
tiempo,
needed
terapia,
that.
como 5
I
años, algo así.
had therapy for 5 years,
Gracias, señora
around
Rebeca.
5
Y cuando
5
usted
years.
partió esta terapia
Thank you, Ms.
privada,
Rebecca.
¿qué
And
edad
when you
tenía
had
usted?
this private therapy, how
Haber
old were you?
tenido, pues, ya,
Probably
a ver,
around
21,
21,
después de la comisión 21, 22, así.
21, 22,
21, claro, después de la
21, I
comisión de
think.
la verdad,
After the
ahí
Truth
he
Commission,
llevado terapias.
that's when I started therapy.
Después de la declaración de su mamá,
After
ante
your
la Comisión de
mother's
la Verdad,
testimony
o sea, como a
to
los
the
25
Truth
años, más o menos.
Commission, so around 25 years
Entonces,
old then.
durante su infancia usted no
So,
tuvo una asistencia psicológica.
during your childhood, you didn't have any psychological assistance? No,
Muchas
no,
gracias.
nothing.
Y durante el segundo juicio, porque el segundo juicio,
The second
de
trial,
acuerdo a los antecedentes que tenemos,
the background we
inicia cuando
have
usted tenía 24
started
años.
when you were 24 years old.
Durante ese segundo juicio,
During that
usted
second
fue
trial,
informada por su mamá,
were you
o
told
por
by
alguna-
your
o de alguna
mother
forma oficial que
or in
estaba
an
ese
official
segundo
way
juicio?
that there was a second
No, a
trial?
mí
No.
o sea, no me informaron
No, I was
para
not
ir o para
informed
hacer algo, no.
to go or to do something. No.
Para participar, por ejemplo.
To participate, for example? No, no,
Tampoco me
no.
informaron,
I was not
no.
informed.
Nunca dijeron, porque mi mamá se iba, pero mi mamá era la que
But
sí me decía a
my
mí,
mom
¿quieres ir o quieres participar?
would
La
ask
razón
me,
es porque
do you
tenía que
want
informar
to
al
see
abogado,
this or do you want to
pero nunca
participate?
me
No.
llamaron.
O sea, usted nunca
Because
la
you
citaron para,
need
por
to
ejemplo,
ask a
escucharla.
lawyer.
No.
So no, they never informed me about anything
Muchas gracias.
having to do with this trial.
Em,
Thank you very much.
Usted ya nos ha comentado lo complejo
You
que
told
ha
us
sido para usted
how complex it was for
conocer toda esta
you
información.
to find out about
lo dolorosa,
all
¿no
this
es cierto?
information. Very painful, of course.
¿Cómo fue para usted
How was it for you
cuando usted se convirtió en
when
mamá?
you became a mother?
¿Cómo fue para usted
How
el
was it for
poder-
you to be able
¿Qué edad
to,
tiene su
well,
hijo?
how old are your
Yo
children?
tuve
Where's
mi
your
primer hijo a
children?
los 25 años, ahorita tiene 18 años.
He's 18 right now.
¿Qué afectación para usted existió producto de conocer esta realidad tan dolorosa?
To know this painful reality, how did that affect you
Concebida de esta forma, tanto en
to
su vida como para
conceive
usted
in this way
al convertirse en madre?
when you became a mother yourself?
Bueno, en un comienzo, a mí, para yo tener pareja,
It was difficult for me
ha sido un poco difícil
to
también.
have a partner, or
Todo eso tiene
it's
que ver.
difficult for me, very difficult for me. I think,
No,
I imagine that this has to do with
había como un rechazo hacia los hombres.
as
Y entonces,
rejecting
eso
a rejection
fue
of
un
men.
poco complicado para mí.
This was
Pero ya como
complicated
soy
for
madre
me. but I became a mother, and to know how I was going to use reason. It's very different. So
dice que lo que yo no tuve, que tuvieran mis hijos.
I had the children, and I tried to make it possible to have a more harmonious environment, with a lot of love, with where I wanted my children to come into the world, and that's what I have to say about that. And Rebecca, what did it mean for you during all these years that the investigation that affected your mom and yourself was not investigated? It has been very painful. It's been so many years. When they called my mother, they would call my mother.
Es como que a veces te sientes bien porque por fin dices, no, ya, se va a solucionar, va a haber algo, pero después venía triste y decía
And then
que
she would
no,
come
y
sad,
así pasaba el tiempo,
and the time would go by,
uno y otro, y te cierran las puertas y te niegan,
try to forget about it, and I would
que no
close
se
the
puede hacer
doors,
nada.
and I would
Y
say
eso,
nothing can be
cuando
done
te duele,
about
te
this,
sientes mal,
and
como
one feels
persona,
bad
como
as a person,
mujer,
as a woman,
y verle a mi mamá que a veces que tenga que
and sometimes
revivir todos estos
I
hechos,
need to,
duele
I have to
bastante porque es
relive these
traer de nuevo,
events.
y ya miren cuántos años son, y a veces hasta uno ya trata de como seguir su vida adelante y
I need
tampoco
to
te olvidas, ¿no?
I need to follow my
de esa
go on
herida,
with my
pero
life,
cuando
and
te mencionan
when
algo,
something is
siempre
mentioned,
te revive y te sientes mal.
one relives this
Y
and
eso
feels
es lo
bad,
mismo que a mí me pasa, me hace sentir mal.
and this makes me feel bad,
Y
really,
te trae recuerdos de lo que
and it brings
pasaste.
memories of what one went through,
Como a mí me pone un poco más nerviosa.
and it makes me more nervous.
Me pongo nerviosa.
I become nervous,
Me hace sentir un poquito mal.
and I feel bad.
Como siento que esto ya va a ser el último.
In turn, I feel this is going to be the last step to listen and to seek justice that was not given to us in my country. So I hope that this, yes, something can be done to get to, the truth and to receive justice for me and my mother, and for all that know that there are other women like me that are daughters or victims like my mother, because I have heard that this can go on. And also, my mother is stronger than I am. She's more courageous than I am. I ask myself, how can she be so strong and go out and speak about this again? And I couldn't do it. I don't have that strength. And the way I see my mother, I know there are other persons that say to me, you should feel very proud of your mother. And yes, and without her, I wouldn't have been able to continue with my life. Without her, I wouldn't have been able to do what I can do. And it's all thanks to my mother. Thank you very much, Rebecca. And no more questions, Madam President. Thank you, Judge Perez Goldberg. Judge Gomez. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Ms. Gamboa. Thank you so much for coming to the court, for your testimony. Your mother is not the only person with a lot of strength you're demonstrating a lot of strength, a lot of courage to respond to the objective of this testimony, to speak here of things. You're a person with a lot of courage, yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Only to put in order some things that came from questions that were asked by my colleagues. So for you to know the truth of what happened is very important. Yes, yes. Because I want this to be clarified. From what I understood, there was the possibility to do DNA testing. Did they take the samples or no, not? Or no, just comments, but no, the testing was not done. For us, that's very important to know. So the DNA tests were not done. Now, regarding the topic of reparation, you talked to us about your life, things that your life project was very much affected by the events that happened in 1981. We talked about the scholarships, and that you would be interested so that those scholarships could be transferred to your children. But you are also you're still in the process of reconstructing your life. For you, that would be important as well. No, as I want to do this transfer so that my daughter can study. What I couldn't do at the moment. And the Truth Commission, the importance of getting into the registry and having access to the scholarship. I had 2 children. I couldn't do that. I'm a single mother, and I take care of my children. It would be very complicated for me to study. So I said, this is an opportunity. I said, I'll do the transfers from when my daughter finishes school, she can take the next step. Because I couldn't do it. I couldn't study at a university, but that my daughter could do so. So I'm in she needs to take an exam. Still needs to take an, yes, I understood that. The question is, because all these events have repercussions in all the generations in your family. That's understood. And you told us you had a diagnostic of depression. And that also limited the type of work that you could do. That yes, you do take care of the elderly. But it seems that there could be space to improve your quality of life and your health through your work. Yes. The work that I'm doing currently at least helps me, because for me it helps me economically to sustain the cost of my home, my expenses, and for my children. So I need to work because of that need. But often education can improve your capacity for work, for your family. Yes, for me to study, I realize it's too late for me to study to improve in my situation. Maybe study 2 or 3 times a week. At that time I had support. So someone can help me economically while I study. But that idea would be for the scholarship. The scholarship is for that. So you noted that you received psychological help thanks to the support from organizations, from NGOs. The NGOs that supported my mother. But what you told, from what you told us, from your health situation, seems it seems to be a case where you need constant support in health matters. Yes, it's very complicated to have access to those appointments and the treatment. It's very difficult. It's very, I can't do that. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. And again, all the admiration for your courage to come here and to speak of what has happened to you and your family. Thank you so much. Thank you, Judge Gomez, Judge Perez Manrique. Yes, Madam President. Good morning. Also my recognition for the value of your testimony and your courage. You told us that we know of your origins at up to 21 years old, what had happened to you. I ask you if you can let us know about your childhood. You know, my childhood, I lived at first with my grandmother. The children of my grandmother were on the same age, and she would take care of us. When we used to go to school, the agency would take care of the school or to go to meetings, school meetings. My grandmother would go to those meetings. My mother couldn't because she was working at that time. So I was always alone. And then my grandmother, I was alone. I lived alone. I didn't go out that much. I was always at home. I couldn't go out on the street because my stepfather overprotected me. He was afraid that something could happen to me. So I didn't really go out that much from my house. I would go to school and from school back to my house and so on. To have male or female friends, it was very difficult for me. It was difficult to be with my mother. I wasn't very close to my mother. If I had something occurring with me, I couldn't talk with her and let her know about it. So really it wouldn't help me as other children trust their parents. They say something to their mother and their mother is close. But it didn't happen with my mother. I couldn't do that. My mother is like that with me, and she's cold, distant. My mother treats her like that. But I had never asked my mother at that time. I had some questions in my head, but at that time, but I never asked her at that time when I was a child. So you go from your house to school and school to your house? Because you live with your, you were overprotected. No, because he would say, don't go out, don't go out, go other places. They have classmates. You could speak to them at school. I would go, leave school and come back home. Not like my daughter says, yeah, I'm going to go out with my friends. I couldn't do that. Could you allow me to do it? Or my friends are going to come to the house. My daughter asks me, now, seeing what I lived through, it's very different from what my daughter does with her friends. In other words, the persons who were in charge of you, a day-to-day, your mother worked, your grandmother was in charge. Yes, my grandmother. Yes, my mom would come in at night. So the person who was at home was my grandmother. So my grandmother could go to the meetings since she had children at the same school. So she had more information of the school. But the person in charge of maintaining the family was your mother because of the work. And when you finished school, did you go to high school? And I went to the German school. When I finished school, I started working at that moment, and to buy a few things, my school supplies. My mother couldn't pay for that. And so then I worked on the weekends, and then I would study from Monday through Friday. On Saturday, I would work to cover some school expenses.
¿Usted siente que su proyecto de vida fue afectado por la información que...
And your life project affected by the information that from your origin, in what way did that condition your life? Yes, a lot, I would say. To know what happened, what my mother suffered as a young woman, 21 years old. Even though I didn't know a lot about that, I was a little distant from persons, from boys or men, young men. I would always, my mother had mistrust, and I think that came from my mother, because she was the only woman. And to have a normal life with a boyfriend or a partner has been very difficult, and to have male or female friends, I never had them. That affected me greatly, because I wouldn't do the same activities as other adolescents would. Can you tell us the name of the NGO that gave you the psychological support to you and your mother? It's Comité. Was through the lawyer, and they would find psychologists so I could have therapy. They would take me to the office, and at the office I would have the therapy sessions. Was that free of charge? Yes, that was free of charge. Then from the Comité. One last question. You told us that you would like to know the truth of what happened. Would you be willing to take a DNA test today? Yes, of course. I would like to know that the truth be clarified. That would help me a lot. Would help me to determine my identity, because one always wants to know where they came from, their origin. Yes, I don't have any more questions. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, Vice President Modrovich, Judge Vice President Modrovich. I don't have any questions, Madam President. Thank you.
Señora, esta corte no tiene más preguntas.
This court has no more questions, so you can
viendo la audiencia.
withdraw
Vamos a
and
hacer un receso
now
de 20 minutos.
be with the audience. We're going to have a 20-minute break, and now the court will withdraw. Thank you very much. We'll see you in 20 minutes.
Good morning. We will start this public hearing on the preliminary objections and possible merits, reparations and costs in the case of Gamboa, García, and others v. Peru. Next, we will receive the statement of Mrs. Julieta Beatriz Di Cortelo, expert witness proposed by the Inter-American Commission. I request the Secretary, Mr. Secretary, to call the expert to testify, take her data, and make the pertinent precautions. Thank you, Madam President. Julieta Beatriz Di Cortelo. Good morning. Ms. Expert, would you please state your name to the court? You can turn on your mic, please. Julieta Beatriz Di Cortelo. Nationality and place of residence, Argentina, province of Buenos Aires. Thank you very much. The declarant it should admit herself to answer clearly and precisely the question put to her. She was summoned by the court to testify in cases of group sexual violence that occurred in context of deprivation of liberty. In particular, she will speak on the international standards to be taken into account in terms of due diligence in the investigation and punishment of these facts, particularly when the victim is an adolescent, an indigenous woman, and the measures to be adopted to avoid any form of re-victimization. It will also rule on the measures that must be adopted to achieve comprehensive reparation in this type of cases. Where relevant, it will refer to other international systems of human rights, protections, and comparative law. The expert may refer to the facts of the case. The declarant, in accordance with Article 53 of the Rules of Procedure of the Court, the states may not prosecute the alleged victims, witnesses and experts, their representatives or legal advisors, or retaliate against them or their relatives because of their statements, opinions rendered on their legal defense before the court. I ask Ms. Expert to stand so that Madam President may administer the oath. All rise, please. Ms. Witness Expert, do you swear or solemnly declare that you will perform your duties as expert witness with full honor and conscience? I do. Thank you. You may take your seat. Following, you can have a free presentation of a maximum 10 minutes regarding the object of your statement. Thank you very much. I have a presentation. Can you please show it? Thank you so much. My presentation will be focused on the objects from the Inter-American Court, and it is important to mention, if you can go to the next slide. Regarding the case, something that's very important is to delimit the framework and to determine that we are in a situation of sexual violence in an armed conflict, where structural violence is increasing in the ethnical field and also in the field of gender and gender discrimination, we know that strategies, war strategies,
Esto es fundamentalmente grave cuando estas violencias se manifiestan de manera grupal. Esto muestra que no es el accionar desafortunado de un soldado, sino que
is
es
not the action of a soldier action. It's not an accident, but this is directed by the state. From international right, having this named is important. What's not named has no judicial category, cannot be repaired. So that's why I think this is important, and to highlight the forced pregnancy. This hasn't been a natural consequence that was already included in sexual violence. It's not only a collateral effect, it's an autonomous damage, an independent damage. There is a damage, and that intelligibility be minimized. This is important, and to be recognized. In consequence, from this research regarding ethnicity and gender, there is sexual violence and reproductive violence. And for that reason, we need to have reparations, transgeneral reparations. When I perform the research, international law determines the importance of the context of discrimination. And in Peru, it was established that 75% of raped women in conflict by state forces were Quechua speakers. Many of them, in the rural sector, many of them didn't know how to write or read. It is important that the state can identify and revert these structural factors. Secondly, we know that stereotypes have strong roots on societies and judicial processes. That strength lives and is the consequence of the difficulty to identify it. This is determined in investigations, but also the lack of investigation, what is said and not said. So we need to pay attention to how this is influenced, what is done, what is not done. In the sentences, what is said and not said. So to simplify this case, the absence of a DNA case or a concrete reference regarding the pregnancy is something to take into consideration when we do evaluation. The emphasis regarding the DNA does not exclude. The Inter-American Court has also mentioned this, that rape are not So I would like to stop right now in this slide regarding the non-revictimization. I want to mention the Owen case where there was where rape and detention the idea of forced pregnancy appears in the recommendations 33, 35, and also the general observation 22 from the committee. So, next slide. What do we do when we have measures for non-revictimization, sexual violence, and forced pregnancy?
Si el embarazo forzado
we
es el
need,
confinamiento ilícito a partir de la violencia sexual sufrida por una
if there is
persona
sexual
privada de
violence
su libertad,
suffered by a
lo que
person
se
who
supone con la medida de
deprived of
reparación
liberty,
inmediata
the
es la
reparation
liberación.
measure would be
Esto es
freedom.
aquello que se exige
This
incluso desde
is
los estándares de tortura para reparar
what's
este tipo
needed
de
to
situaciones.
repair these type of
En
situations.
segundo lugar, asistencia
In second
médica.
place,
Los estándares
medical
también
assistance
están
standards
consolidados en el
also
sentido de que
mention
es importante
that
reconocer
it is
la
important to
salud
recognize
reproductiva.
the reproductive
Asistencia
health.
médica en este punto
Health
abarca
assistance in this
un
point
amplio campo que
is
corresponde la autonomía
important
reproductiva.
for
Sobre este punto
reproductive
también,
autonomy.
observación,
Regarding
dos,
this point,
el número 14 y 22, las recomendations generales sobre
recommendations
conflictos
14 and
armados
22 regarding
de la
armed
CEDAW, la
conflicts
30 y la
from
35
CEDAW,
hacen referencia
31
a la
and
importancia
35
de garantizar la
mention the
salud
importance
reproductiva,
of
entre
guaranteeing
otras posibilidades,
sexual
brindar
reproductive health.
información
To
sobre
give
la
information
interrupción del
on
embarazo
interruption
es un
of
punto
pregnancy
importante
is an
para este
important
estudio.
point for this.
En este sentido, los marcos legales y
Regarding
reglamentarios son
these,
importantes a los efectos
the
de que
legal
se
frameworks
pueda
are important
garantizar el
to
derecho
guarantee the
a la
right
interrupción del embarazo.
to interrupt
Eliminar
pregnancy,
esas
to
barreras que
eliminate
restringen la
the
interrupción
barriers,
es reconocido como una necesidad para
and this is
prohibir
recognized
el
as a
trato
need
cruel, inhumano y
to
degradante. En este
decrease
sentido,
the
las
inhumane
recomendaciones
treatment.
35, 30 de la CEDAW y también las
Declarations
37
33
del
and
Comité para
35 and the
Prevenir la
37
Discriminación
from the
Racial.
committee
En tercer
to
lugar, hacer hincapié en los
abolish.
cuidados, ¿sí? Más allá de la necesidad de garantizar la
Also,
asistencia en salud reproductiva frente al embarazo
regarding
forzado, corresponde otorgar
reproductive
un
sexual health,
tratamiento,
the
cuidado,
recommendation is to have
asistencia,
care and assistance
obstétrica y que esta se
during the
extienda
pregnancy
de la madre
and
niña a la
from the
niña.
mother
En este punto,
to the daughter.
todos los convenios internacionales
All
en materia de
the
protección de infancia
agreements
apuntan
regarding
entonces a
childhood
reconocer la
recognize the
importancia de
importance
estos derechos
of these rights
asociados al preparto,
linked to
posparto.
pre
Es importante en este punto
Postpartum
leer
and
también
postpartum.
los informes
It is important
las
to talk about the
declaraciones
reports
conjuntas de CEDAW y Convención
from CEDAW
Comité
and
sobre los Derechos del Niño,
the
vinculados
Committee from the
con los
Rights
efectos
of
que tienen
Children
los embarazos
regarding
forzados
the
en las
effects of
infancias.
forced
En este punto, la
pregnancy
declaración
in
de 2022
childhood.
empezó a hacer
In
foco
2022,
en la necesidad de garantizar
there was a focus
una
on
reparación
guaranteeing
adecuada,
reparation,
teniendo en cuenta la interrelación del daño
taking into
entre
consideration the
quien
damage
sufrió la violación
between who
y,
suffered the rape
quien es producto
and
de.
who is a product of this rape.
Muy bien, pasamos entonces a
So
la
now we
última
move on
tribuna,
to
y
the
el
last
desafío,
slide.
entonces, es
The
pensar en las reparaciones,
challenge
de qué
is to think
manera
about the
integrar
reparation.
un
How
enfoque
can we integrate
interseccional y
the
transgeneracional.
intersectional and transgeneral approach?
La importancia
The
aquí de las
importance
reparaciones
here
es
of
reconocer
reparation
entonces la interrelación del daño, la
is
interrelación de la violencia
recognizing the
sexual,
damage,
más el
sexual
embarazo
violence,
forzado,
forced
más la
pregnancy,
maternidad impuesta
and
y la
imposed maternity,
relación, que ello supone
and the
para
relationship
la madre niña,
between
cuanto
the mother and
estigma,
daughter,
en cuanto
the
a
stigma
proyecto de vida, la asunción de
and
tareas de cuidado, y cómo se perjudican los vínculos, cómo
how
se
these
acrecienta
links
la
are
vulnerabilidad
damaged,
socioeconómica y
and
la
there
reproducción de
is
los
more
estereotipos.
socioeconomical
En este punto,
vulnerability.
el concepto que está siendo analizado por la Corte Penal
The concept that is
Internacional,
being
la idea
analyzed by
del
the
daño transgeneracional,
Inter-American
que
Court
permite dar cuenta de
allows
cómo
us to
determinados
realize that
sufrimientos, ya sea
how
por
this
manifestaciones
suffering
genéticas o
due to
sociales,
genetic
se trasladan
manifestations
a las diferentes
are
generaciones.
passed
Apuntar
to other
esta
generations.
cuestión puede ser un elemento
Taking this into consideration
para
is an
este tipo de
important element for this type of cases. Thank you very much.
Gracias. La palabra.
I give the floor.
¿Dónde la
Comment off mic.
Por el interrogatorio.
Now for further questioning.
Con su venia, señora Presidenta. Yo realizaré el interrogatorio.
Thank you, Madam President. I will do the
Buenos días,
questioning.
doctora
Good morning,
Corbieta.
Doctor Corbieta.
En su presentación,
In your presentation, You said with having the need to investigate, can you give more profound comments? The lines, the duty in the investigation when the violence of sexual violence, when the occurs, when the victim is under the custody of the state, seeing the state in this sense to handle more information than possible. In this area, one of the considerations to take into consideration is when the state and the state wants to clarify the events, to eliminate that obstacle that to the information, and the case it cannot be understood. The value of the evidence and the value and the evidence will fall to the state itself. They need to understand the patterns and in the investigations and to present the value of the declarations of the victims. It's in the hand of the state, and it needs to eventually be analyzed and considered. Thank you. You also referred to the need to investigate it further if it's more complicated. In that sense, if you consider some criteria or elements that can be used to be reinforced in the case of events that happen in armed conflicts. Firstly, to recognize the state nature of the violence and the evidence, and also regarding concept of authoritatorship, but how determined orders or the absence of care and preventive measures would be important to establish the responsibilities. On the other hand, within the framework of armed conflicts, within the framework, to always take into account discriminatory behavior and to know the patterns of discriminatory handling. And you could, that way, responsibility in the individual way can be determined, and how actors could be related to the events, and to see the particularities of the victims as well, and to see how discriminatory measures can be determined. Thank you, Doctor. Now, what measures do you consider regarding international standards that need to be implemented when a trial is used and it's not in the native tongue of the victim? Yes, it's important to contemplate here the content of the guarantee of due process, and not only inter-American ones, but also European, and this United Nations system has placed emphasis on the participation of the victim to guarantee the guarantees of progressive autonomy, so they can participate in their own voice, so listen to the process in their own native language. In order to participate in this effective participation, there is to be understanding, an understanding that comes but does stop. I understand that the cultural facilitator can be an important element to work, such as a translator. In the you being used, a translator or lawyers can be used as translators in legal terminology to common terms. But at this point, the participation of a person who would represent the cultural identity and in the development of the process can be very important. Thank you. You also referred in your presentation to a type of violence that you called forced pregnancy. So do you consider, what do you consider when the investigation is oriented to identify this type of violence? Or do other measures need to, or different ones need to be implemented compared to the investigation of sexual violence in the strict sense? I understand that they see diligence duties that are reinforced. So we have the protection of women's rights, but also the protection of rights of girls, and also the persons who are from indigenous communities. This all has to be within the context of liberty. We need to require to do this, and that administer justice and health and jail systems needs to be implemented. The prosecutor that goes forward without taking into account these characteristics needs to take into account these different sectors to have this makes it so supranational sexual violence. Prison is not a place for a pregnant woman. They can establish other areas for women have been victims of sexual violence and become pregnant because of that. And medical care is important. And with addition to guarantee care having to do with OBGYN services and others. The idea of a concept of re-victimization, we can't limit the judicial process. This approach, that different approach that you developed, does that have impacts also? When it's related to reparations? Yes, I understand that, yes. That's why I place emphasis on the designation to use a name, use a judicial category that eliminates the number of years that this is not emphasized could cause problems. In this point, important point, in fact, to recognize the impact that the different expectations can have, such as the ones that have been recognized by the International Court, give an independent sense to all this. Thank you. Now, the international standards in the area, what measures must be taken of authorities in charge of the investigation or clarifying the events that have just been mentioned when persons, or let's say when the victims, continue under the custody of the state? The number of measures can be very, very ample. It can be done with expert witness opinions, with registrations of the detention centers, the identification of who were the guards at the time, who was the director of the police station, to recognize the distances, the windows that exist in certain places and others, to establish who were the ones who drove the vehicles, and to share that information. It's very pertinent for this point. Some specific to consider is the impossibility the importance to guarantee the assistance of a lawyer and to have the capacity to intervene in the processes of proof. But the state has the obligation of translating all of these documents and to advance quickly in the investigation, because delays also represent potential damages. And in the presentation, there was importance to repair the transgenerational damage done by these types of violences. What kind of measures will be used to repair that type of damage? The first place, it has to do with determining who are the victims in the case. The law of reparations in Peru establishes that direct victims will be those who are under Article 3 establish sexual rapes and forced rape, and also it seems that the children of sexual rape will be considered indirect victims. In this sense, the concept of transgenerational violence allows us to see the expectation to those who are born as a consequence of a rape. In this point, it's very important to recognize the role or the relevance that the victims themselves have, the recognition to receive reparation. It's an important point to facilitate a situation to reconstruct collective memory that contain and that can explain in a certain way this situation. And to finalize, you make reference to the need to investigate rapes under detainment. Can you explain this further to prevent sexual violence within the framework of confinement? To do your due diligence, yes. There are several international standards and rules themselves that have been in the Convention to prevent, the Inter-American Convention to prevent torture, for the prevention of torture, and how to file the complaint. And in medical examinations, there's a transfer. The monitoring in the detention centers, taking into account the characteristics that the detention centers have as a function of the identity of the person. Women cannot be supervised by men. In the same way, they cannot be detained in the space as adults when we talk about children. There has to be specialized personnel that work there. At the same time, those complaint mechanisms need to contemplate the cultural adequacies, with this, I finish the questioning of the Commission. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. Now I give the floor to the representation of the alleged victims.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Ángela Quispe, de la Asociación Pro Derechos Humanos. Señora Perita, muy buenos días. De parte de los representantes hemos escuchado sus respuestas a las preguntas de la comisión, y en una de ellas señaló que la cárcel no es el lugar para una mujer embarazada. Teniendo en cuenta, quisiéramos preguntar cuáles son los estándares generales sobre el procedimiento a seguir cuando se toma conocimiento de que una mujer detenida ha sido víctima de violencia sexual y producto de ello ha quedado embarazada.
Reforzar aquí la importancia de garantizar la salud entendida en términos amplios, la salud para decidir eventualmente tomar una decisión respecto de la capacidad reproductiva como derecho que aborda el derecho a la vida, a la integridad personal, a la privacidad, y al mismo tiempo
and at the same time,
la necesidad de
the
un
need
acompañamiento
for a
que
follow-up
pueda ser médico y eventualmente
that can be medical
psicológico
and eventually
para
psychological
sobrellevar
to
un
overcome
embarazo de estas
pregnant of
características.
these
En
characteristics.
esto es muy importante
It
entonces
is very
complementar
important
la idea de la
to
información reproductiva y
add
al mismo
information
tiempo
regarding
el acompañamiento
reproductive assistance
psicológico
and
para la
also
superación
the
o
assistance,
sobrellevar el
psychological
trauma de la
assistance
violencia sexual.
to overcome the trauma of sexual violence.
Muchas gracias.
Rape.
En específico,
very much.
¿cuál sería el tratamiento integral que debe
what would be
brindarse
the
a las mujeres víctimas de violación sexual que se encuentran gestando mientras están privadas de su libertad?
While in the
Aquí
pregnancy, they are in jail.
Interamericana reconocido sobre embarazo en situación de encierro, la limitación a si la liberación no es las características de la víctima, que tenga un enfoque de infancia, que tenga un enfoque de género, que tenga un enfoque de diversidad cultural, es aquello que va a asegurar un estándar o un piso mínimo
give a standard for minimum protection of the rights.
Con su venia, señora Presidenta,
with your permission, Madam President, I will continue with the questions.
Señor Perito,
Ms. Expert,
¿podría por favor ahondar más sobre cuál sería el tratamiento integral que se debería brindar, sobre todo al menor producto de una violación, considerando también la situación de población vulnerable, siendo menores
vulnerable population, especially if the victim is a woman?
Sí, algunas investigaciones y aquello que está ya recogido en Naciones Unidas,
information from the UN, from reports
uno de los últimos
read, one of the last reports from 2024 regarding sexual imposed maternity and pregnancy.
Las penurias
what
de
this
quienes
tells
son
is the
hijos de
problems
estas
of
violaciones, que se reconocen
children,
como
sons of
sombras de la
daughters
guerra, sujetos
who
invisibles.
are born from
En este punto parece
rape.
fundamental un abordaje y un
For this,
tratamiento
I would
psicológico.
like to highlight the
Lo que
importance
reconocen
of a
algunos de estos
psychological treatment,
informes es
and what these reports
el
say
shock
is
representa
that the
tomar
shock
conocimiento de esta situación y poder
to
comprender eventualmente
understand the situation
las razones o las explicaciones de determinadas dinámicas familiares que pueden haber aquejado al vínculo
family dynamics
materno-filial.
that could have
En este sentido, entiendo que los informes y los
relationship between
tratados
the mother and daughter
decisiones
or son.
internacionales lo que están apuntando
What
es
the
a un
international
tratamiento de acompañamiento que permita superar desde el punto de vista de la psicología, pero también hacen hincapié en el impacto que tiene esto en el progreso educativo, en cómo el impacto se traslada desde la madre por la función muy temprana de tareas de cuidado,
the mother has to take care of children from a young age, and she's not able to study, and at the same time how this plays a role in the life of the daughter.
Muchas gracias. Y
Thank you very much.
una pregunta adicional.
An additional question regarding the guarantees of non-repetition. What would be the standards to be used considering the medical, comprehensive medical treatment, but also establishing protocols at a judicial level to the victims of sexual violence. As guarantees of non-repetition, if we think about investigation and sanctions, reconstruction of collective memory, or production of research, independent research regarding forced pregnancies and its consequences. On the other hand, regarding legislation, could be the creation of a group of lawyers that can intervene in a free way to assist victims of sexual violence, to have also a registry of people who gave birth to sexual violence, regarding protocols to highlight the importance that in medical centers there is information, clear information, truthful information based on research on health, subject versus reproductive health, in order to facilitate access to health for pregnant women, and postpartum. The
forman parte de la tarea de interpretación que realizamos abogados y abogadas cuando trabajamos en el marco de contextos jurídicos, es decir, poder conocer interpretaciones de otros sistemas hace al diálogo interjudicial, de la misma manera que la Corte Interamericana cita los estándares de la Corte Penal Internacional y que la Corte Penal Internacional retoma conceptos de la Corte Interamericana para aplicarlos a sus casos, tiene que ver con esa misma estrategia y forma de trabajo de la abogacía.
Gracias por la respuesta. ¿Podría indicarnos si conoce algún pronunciamiento de este tribunal en el que haya desarrollado un estándar considerado por el embarazo forzado en conflicto armado de forma autónoma?
¿De la Corte Interamericana que está refiriendo? No, de la Corte Interamericana no conozco ningún caso que haya abordado la cuestión de embarazo forzado.
Gracias. El caso escrito ha participado sobre documentaciones que participa las actuaciones judiciales peruanas en persecución y transformación de las instituciones. ¿Podría decirnos cuál es su posición respecto a que estas se realizaron con limitaciones tecnológicas que salen de la época, sobre todo teniendo en cuenta que la primera investigación se desarrolló durante el año 1981?
Los mecanismos de investigación pueden ser distintos a los que existen en la actualidad, no exime al Estado de tomar otras medidas que sí eran posibles. No vamos a hablar, por ejemplo, de acceso a teléfonos celulares, pero sí se podría haber realizado un reconocimiento del lugar, entrega de los registros, información sobre quiénes eran aquellos que efectuaron los traslados desde los diferentes centros de detención y que pudieran tener acceso y conocimiento de lo que estaba ocurriendo. De otra magnitud, entiendo que quizás apunta su pregunta a la prueba del ADN. La prueba del ADN puede ser una prueba que no estuviera, que no fuera idónea o conocida en 1980, pero sí es una prueba que, de acuerdo a los informes técnicos existentes y los informes de ciencias forenses, comenzó a ser regularmente utilizada a fines de la década del 80, principios de 1990. Con seguridad en el año 2000 ya era una prueba accesible y que se puede realizar no solamente de manera directa, no solamente con los eventuales autores directos o de la violencia sexual, sino también con sus familiares. Entonces, en ese punto no creo haber trasladado criterios técnicos y forenses a la mirada sobre el procedimiento en la década de 1980.
¿Qué diligencias específicas considera que se dejaron de practicar en el año 1981, teniendo en cuenta que ha tenido acceso a las piezas procesales del expediente, como ya lo refirió inicialmente?
Algo que me parece importante señalar en este caso es cómo la investigación se realizó de manera conjunta, en lo que hace a la eventual responsabilidad de, tal como estaba siendo investigada, de Georgina Gamboa en una imputación sobre su eventual pertenencia a Sendero Luminoso y realización de actividades vinculadas con esa organización, y en paralelo y en conjunto la investigación asociada a la violencia sexual. Aquí hay algo que lo que marca en parte es este manejo con una falta o imposibilidad de abordar esa investigación de manera imparcial, independiente, siendo que era el mismo juez que estaba juzgando los dos hechos. En esto creo que es un dato importante y al mismo tiempo que una investigación impactaba sobre la concepción y la mirada de las pruebas en el otro. hay, como lo decía, en esta investigación no solamente las medidas de prueba que se hicieron, sino todo lo que no se hizo. La misma lectura de la sentencia lo que da cuenta es que asumen que la declaración de la señora Gamboa era mendaz porque estaba queriendo mejorar su situación procesal en otro expediente, lo que daba cuenta de que afectaba la credibilidad y reforzaba el estereotipo de que las mujeres Entonces, a su pregunta en concreto, las medidas que se pudieron haber realizado son múltiples. La sentencia solamente da cuenta de las declaraciones testimoniales y no hace referencia a ningún otro dato de registros de información sobre quienes estaban presentes en esos momentos en el centro de detención.
Muchas gracias. En una respuesta anterior usted señaló que una prueba directa que acredita pues que existió una política estatal de usar la violencia sexual era un informe de la Comisión de la Verdad. Eso lo señaló textualmente. ¿Usted conoce el informe de la Comisión Interamericana denominado Informe sobre el Derecho a la Verdad en las Américas del año 2014 y o la sentencia Zambrano Vélez versus Otros versus Ecuador? ¿Las conoce?
Sí, las conozco, las he leído, no las tengo presentes ahora. Pero
correcto. Sí. En ambos pronunciamientos se señaló que los informes de las comisiones de la verdad en la región son complementarios, pues la verdadera determinación es responsabilidad de los órganos jurisdiccionales. Mi pregunta es, sabiendo esto, ¿mantiene su posición que los informes de la CBR, que usted señala que son pruebas directas, continúan teniendo esta naturaleza? Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Las graves violaciones a los derechos humanos, en parte por la misma manera en la que es el Estado el que tiene la información, contamos con el relevamiento y la reconstrucción de patrones sistemáticos. Los casos y la forma de investigarlos tiene que ver también con la necesidad de recoger patrones históricos de discriminación y de intervenciones y de afectaciones a los derechos humanos. En este punto, que el informe de la Comisión por la Verdad y Reconciliación sea complementario no exime una mirada sobre la estatalidad de la violencia sexual. En este caso, además, el hecho de que sea grupal en sí mismo da cuenta de que hay un aporte del Estado. No se trata de una persona, sí, insisto, que de manera aleatoria o accidental, sino que son 7 integrantes.
Señora Perita, disculpe la interrupción. Solamente por el poco tiempo que nos queda, mi pregunta iba enfocada en si usted mantiene su posición que un informe de la Comisión de la Verdad puede ser prueba directa en este caso. Esa es mi pregunta puntual. Muchas gracias.
Sí, gracias.
Bueno, esta representación no tiene mayores preguntas, señora Presidenta. Muchas gracias.
Seguidamente viene el espacio de preguntas de mis colegas. Pues Diego Moreno tiene preguntas.
Sí, Presidenta, muchas gracias. Muy buenos días o buenas tardes, debería decir doctora Di Cobleto. Es un verdadero privilegio tenerla aquí ante este tribunal. Usted tiene ciertamente una hoja de vida absolutamente impresionante y entonces agradecer su declaración esta mañana y su dictamen pericial que lo he leído con mucha atención y con mucho interés. Muchas de las preguntas que yo tenía ya fueron formuladas por distintas personas que me precedieron en el uso de la palabra. Entonces me voy a limitar solamente a 2. En la parte de reparaciones he releído atentamente lo que usted ha escrito y hay ciertamente que usted formula algunas propuestas en términos de políticas públicas, cuestiones legislativas y medidas de ese tipo, pero nosotros hemos escuchado esta mañana el testimonio de 2 presuntas víctimas, 2 mujeres muy valientes, dicho sea de paso, que han sido testimonios muy fuertes. En el caso de que el tribunal así lo determine, de que encuentre alguna violación y de que determine la responsabilidad del Estado y que deba ordenar reparaciones, ¿cuáles serían las reparaciones más adecuadas que atañan directamente a estas 2 personas y a sus familiares en su caso, hablando específicamente de estas personas, ¿cuáles considera usted que serían las reparaciones? ¿Cómo se puede reparar una situación así?
Me gustaría contestar con una pregunta, sí, ¿es reparable? Y hay algo lo que ilumina el embarazo forzado, es las características y el origen y la forma en la que se desarrolla ese vínculo materno-filial, que creo que en parte el daño transgeneracional, que no es una figura nueva y que de hecho revisando mis apuntes para esta audiencia también recoger que la Corte Penal Internacional toma las referencias que ha hecho la Corte Interamericana en cómo determinados daños trascienden a las familias e impactan en una comunidad, ¿no? Pero usted me preguntó concretamente para la señora Gamboa y Rebeca. Entiendo que la mensuración de ese daño, bueno, y el concepto de daño transgeneracional viene un poco a iluminar lo inconmensurable en términos de construcción de proyecto de vida de esta relación. Podría decir que un acompañamiento psicológico, trabajar sobre la concreción de los proyectos de vida de ambas puede ser importante, pero entiendo que me puedo estar quedando corta.
Muchas gracias por su honestidad, doctora. Y una última pregunta en relación a lo que usted acaba de mencionar y que aparece en su dictamen y que ha sido también objeto de preguntas. El concepto del daño intergeneracional, que ciertamente ha sido parte de la jurisprudencia de este tribunal y que usted también menciona que ha sido recogido por otros tribunales internacionales. Yo no sé si usted está en conocimiento de que la señora Rebeca tiene 2 hijos. Entiendo que una de ellas es menor. Ese concepto abarcaría también a los hijos de la señora Rebeca y en ese caso insistiría nuevamente en la parte de reparaciones. ¿Cuál sería su visión desde esa perspectiva?
Sí. En el caso Katanga de 2017 y 2018, la Corte Penal Internacional tuvo oportunidad de analizar y reflexionar sobre la posibilidad de que un daño pueda ser transmitido de generación en generación vía genética o en términos de cuidados. La prueba que se produjo entonces era desde lo que tenía que ver con aquellos estudios que daban cuenta de la transmisión epigenética, focalizándose en las víctimas del Holocausto, ¿no? En cómo determinados daños son reproducidos en generaciones posteriores. También se avanzó en esa dirección sobre la transmisión social del daño a partir de las formas en que se desarrollan los cuidados, ya sea por afectividad o ciertas conductas que se marcan aquí como negligentes. Estos 2 aspectos permiten iluminar entonces el concepto de daño transgeneracional, reivindican la concepción de una víctima directa, aquella que nace como consecuencia de una violación, y entiendo que el procesamiento de las vivencias van a impactar a quien tiene contacto directo con esa víctima directa, ¿no?
Muchas gracias, doctora Di Carlota. Yo no tengo más preguntas, presidenta.
Muchas gracias, Juan Moreno. Jueza Pérez Goldberg.
¿Me escucha? Sí. Muy buenas tardes, doctora Nicoleto. Muchas gracias por su exposición. Quisiera hacerle algunas preguntas con relación a un tema que usted ha trabajado bastante, que es el tema de las mujeres privadas de libertad. Y específicamente me gustaría que pudiera referirse, tal vez con mayor detalle, con base también en los antecedentes que usted observó en los antecedentes escritos del proceso, ¿cuáles eran las condiciones de detención que usted pudo apreciar de la señora Georgina con posterioridad al día 21 de enero del año 81?
Sí, recoger aquí los trabajos sobre la materia reconocen el impacto diferencial del encierro cuando se trata de mujeres privadas de libertad, y este enfoque diferenciado va a una concepción de atención en materia de salud reproductiva, también en reconocimiento de una alimentación especial para las mujeres y también las condiciones de detención. Todo lo que hace a la privación de la libertad acompaña, en casos de mujeres, acompaña al aislamiento, refuerza la idea de que es más severo en función de cómo las condiciones sociales y los roles y mandatos de género influyen en la cercanía que pueden tener las mujeres con la comunidad estando privadas de su libertad. El aislamiento es mayor. A eso se suma, insisto, en la necesidad en que no haya controles por parte de varones. Esto está establecido de manera directa en las reglas de Bangkok. Y también la atención diferenciada en lo que hace a tratamiento médico.
Muchas gracias, pero más bien preciso mi pregunta. Específicamente con relación a los hechos del caso, porque usted ha hecho una referencia a elementos generales que están muy bien, pero con relación a los hechos del caso y con base a lo que usted pudo examinar, ¿qué condiciones de detención experimentó la señora Georgina con posterioridad al 21 de enero del año 81? Ella estuvo privada de libertad, según lo que ha señalado, por 5 meses, y además bajo ciertas condiciones que sería interesante escuchar su apreciación, dado que usted analizó el expediente bajo la perspectiva no solamente de género, sino también de la confluencia de distintos factores que de forma interseccional habrían influido en la forma en que fue tratada por el sistema de justicia.
Sí, gracias. Estaba refiriéndome al contexto carcelario. A veces las lentes de género incluso nos cuesta cuando las tenemos puestas. En este caso en concreto lo que se puede hacer hincapié en la necesidad de la reparación frente al daño tiene que ver con el reconocimiento de una situación de tortura, ¿no? Es decir, el mantener a una niña indígena privada ilegítimamente de la libertad. Podemos recordar al mismo tiempo que ella misma tenía tareas de cuidado respecto de sus hermanos que estaban liberados, supone, atravesando un embarazo forzado, una situación de tortura, o que creo que, digamos, incluso en el caso Owen.
Muchísimas gracias. No tengo más preguntas, presidente.
Muchas gracias, jueza Pérez Goldberg. Jueza Gómez, ¿tiene preguntas?
Muchas gracias, doctora, por el peritaje, muy claro. Volviendo a la cuestión de el daño, intergeneracional o transgeneracional, primero.
Las traducciones de la Corte Penal Internacional lo tratan como transgeneracional.
Transgeneracional, bien. Usted habló del concepto de... ¿Podría ahondar sobre la cuestión de la reparación de este daño a través de la jurisprudencia y otros tribunales internacionales y nacionales? ¿Podría ahondar un poco sobre ese tema?
En la Corte Penal Internacional lo que se ha hecho hincapié es que tienen que ser reparaciones robustas. Esas reparaciones abordan a la mensuración del daño psicológico y la necesidad de que se repare la privación de salud y el impacto que tiene en términos socioeconómicos.
Bien.
Desde el capital simbólico, desde el capital social y de cómo se construyen esas redes de apoyo y de cuidado y cómo se restringen al mismo tiempo en función del estigma que atraviesa la madre niña y cómo lleva adelante esa maternidad que también impacta en su hija.
Bien. Cuando hablamos de este tipo de daño con relación a personas de una etnia indígena en las Américas, ¿hay una traslación además a lo social, más allá de lo familiar?
Sí, esto se ha abordado justamente la dificultad del enfoque interseccional y en este caso transgeneracional es poder encontrar esa forma de construir una medida de reparación que toque cada una de las discriminaciones estructurales que toca el caso. Cómo pensar en una reparación comunitaria. En algunos casos, por ejemplo, en el caso de Guatemala, se pensó específicamente para las comunidades la construcción de centros sanitarios itinerantes que pudieran estar dados dentro de la comunidad o la construcción de escuelas en la misma comunidad. También en términos de casos de indígenas en Argentina, por caso la masacre de Mapalpí, también aborda la importancia de realizar un archivo de memoria comunitaria que permita, juntamente con la participación de las víctimas, trabajar en esa reconstrucción.
Pero la llevo del otro lado ahora. En este caso hubo desplazamiento. En este caso hubo un desplazamiento de la madre embarazada a la gran ciudad, ¿no? ¿Cómo se leen esos desplazamientos en este tipo de casos de violencia sexual?
Sí, hay una cuestión que tiene que ver con el desarraigo, con la pérdida de ese vínculo comunitario que es observable, ¿no? Digamos, es el no regreso a la comunidad por las razones que puedan haber estado ahondando. Entonces puede, en función de lo que desee la víctima, también la reconstrucción de ese vínculo, la vuelta a esa comunidad y la participación con esa comunidad en una reescritura de los sucesos.
¿Y cómo se entrelazan los estigmas que tienen que ver con la violencia sexual, con los estigmas que tienen que ver con el señalamiento de participar de un grupo armado al margen de la ley?
Mientras elaboraba el peritaje, hay algo de la intensidad, por un lado de la intensidad de la violencia, ¿no? No es una violación cometida por una persona, es una violación cometida por 7 personas. Hay algo también del trámite del proceso que en mi exposición hice hincapié en lo que no se hizo, ¿no? En una prueba tan disponible, tan al alcance de la mano, tan solicitada por la víctima y que no se llevó adelante. Hay algo aquí de la desde el punto de vista de la posición de los actores del proceso con sus deberes funcionales, que es una omisión tan crasa que requiere una explicación muy importante, y esto es cuando el Estado debe explicar por qué esto no es discriminatorio. Tiene que explicar por qué no hacer un examen y una medida de prueba que puede ayudar a determinar los vínculos, porque no sabemos del resultado de esa prueba qué es lo que puede suceder y qué otras ventanas de investigación se van a abrir a partir de eso. Entonces, volviendo al punto...
Al punto de que...
sí.
De que aparece frecuentemente, claro, en el testimonio de la primera víctima que se la tacha de terruca.
Sí, sí. Quería marcar esto porque, digo, son tan, para mí, groseras esas omisiones que creo que se explican en razón de la característica de la víctima. No solo que es mujer, sino que es una mujer indígena. Cuando leí los casos me hizo ruido esta expresión y este relato de la víctima diciendo que mientras la violaban le decía terruca, confesá. Y entonces revisé algunos trabajos y me encontré con textos históricos que reconocen al término terruca como un componente racial muy importante. Que esto entonces, en el contexto del hecho, marca ese sentido discriminatorio, ¿no? No es solamente una violación sexual dirigida contra una mujer indígena, sino además enunciada con aquello que se representa como un insulto, ¿no? Un insulto de contenido con un componente étnico importante.
Y la acusación de un delito. Usted habló de la cuestión de la reparación por liberación de la víctima de violencia sexual que está embarazada. Le pregunto si aquí no hay una paradoja, mirando el expediente del caso en particular, porque parece haber cierta coincidencia temporal, ¿no?, entre la verificación del embarazo y el hecho de que de alguna forma es incriminante, porque por los plazos en teoría no podría haber ocurrido antes de la detención, ¿no? Y el hecho de que la persona de repente es liberada. Entonces, cuando estamos hablando de la liberación, cuando usted habla en el peritaje de la reparación por liberación, al mismo tiempo, ¿no es también una forma de comenzar a despegarse de la responsabilidad por los hechos?
Tengo dos cuestiones sobre eso. Sí es cierto que la liberación es una de las medidas que se requiere para la reparación o para la medida de no revictimización frente a lo ya sucedido. En este caso en particular lo que se da es que fue después de 5 meses de ocurrida la violencia y que ella lo denunció, si mal no recuerdo, en febrero, 17 de febrero fue su primera declaración. Entonces tenemos desde febrero hasta mayo un confinamiento estando ella embarazada. Ahí el concepto que trae el Estatuto de Roma y que trata la Corte Penal Internacional es: no importa el periodo de tiempo en la que la persona está privada de libertad. Y más allá de esa cuestión, yo creo que es un daño que perdura y que va un poco en línea con cuándo se repara. Es un daño que se extiende más allá de la liberación, con independencia de que podamos, de acuerdo al Estatuto de Roma, definir a ese periodo de encierro con esa categoría que establece de embarazo forzado. Después podemos hablar cuál es el daño y si seguimos designando el momento en el que ella es liberada como un embarazo forzado. Ya no hay una barrera fáctica, podemos pensar de otro tipo de barreras que mantienen el embarazo, pero con la técnica del Estatuto de Roma está centrada a la privación de la libertad, es decir, violencia sexual más privación de la libertad. No sé si respondo. Es decir, no creo que repare, sino que se mantiene. Igualmente era una obligación la liberación, para evitar justamente el trato cruel o la situación equiparable a la tortura.
Bueno, aquí en este caso habría que mirar con claridad las intencionalidades en el marco de los hechos de este caso en particular. ¿Resuena de alguna forma el hecho de que se le haya ofrecido asistencia obstétrica en el hospital de la policía, ya estando libre?
Sí, a mí lo que me llama la atención de ese tipo de tratamiento es que es la misma institución que cobijaba a sus agresores, aquella que le brindaba el asesoramiento. En un momento es imaginar el momento de ingreso al espacio en donde justamente había padecido la violación y donde recibía la asistencia médica. La característica de la asistencia médica durante el parto también tiene que tener componentes de adecuación en función de la edad y la cultura, y habría que revisar si esto se dio en este caso. Por otro lado, de acuerdo a lo que surge del expediente, esto fue un acompañamiento que se extendió solo por un año, es decir, que todos los cuidados posteriores fueron asumidos por la señora Gamboa sin ningún tipo de acompañamiento del Estado.
Cuando miramos la jurisprudencia de la Corte Penal Internacional, estamos mirando a responsabilidad penal individual de personas. Cuando la Corte Interamericana ejerce su competencia, lo hace para determinar responsabilidad estatal. Entonces, ¿cómo miramos la violación en sí de las normas de la Convención Americana, la responsabilidad internacional y este tipo de daños desde la perspectiva de la responsabilidad estatal? ¿Y cómo trasladamos estos precedentes internacionales de responsabilidad individual a la responsabilidad internacional del Estado?
En este punto quizás hacer hincapié en los derechos, ¿no? En la garantía de derechos, en las garantías de la integridad física, la libertad sexual, la salud, la integridad personal, y cómo el Estado tiene que trabajar para asegurar el desarrollo de esos derechos. Es decir, más allá de la responsabilidad individual que le puede caber al perpetrador de crímenes y que son juzgados en la Corte Penal Internacional, esto no exime la mirada del reconocer determinados derechos y avanzar en la construcción de estándares sobre los deberes de los estados para asegurarlos. Y aquí creo que desde Naciones Unidas, comités de los derechos del niño, la CEDAW, han construido un enorme bagaje de estándares que aseguran la importancia de la prevención de la violencia sexual, de la investigación respecto de la violencia sexual y del reconocimiento de la autonomía reproductiva, y de este concepto como violencia reproductiva, de aquello que atenta de alguna manera e interfiere en las decisiones que tienen que tomar las mujeres en relación con su autonomía reproductiva.
Muchas gracias, le agradezco mucho, señora Presidenta. Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Muchas gracias, jueza Gómez. Juez Pérez Manrique.
Señora Presidenta, buenos días. Usted mencionó como una de las fuentes de información para su peritaje, además de los resultados de los escritos presentados en el caso, entre otros el informe de la Comisión de Verdad de Perú, ¿verdad? Entonces, mi pregunta es, porque además me llamó un poco la atención la invocación del Estatuto de Roma que hizo recientemente, si usted advierte cierta sistematicidad en esta respuesta de violar a una mujer indígena que es detenida después de la detención. Entonces, quería saber su visión sobre este aspecto. Si se puede hablar de una sistematicidad o de una conducta que se repite.
Sí, insisto con esto en mirar el informe de la Comisión por la Verdad y Reconciliación, porque justamente lo que hace es la reconstrucción de lo sucedido durante ese periodo. En este caso, creo, si va su pregunta apunta, hay en el ejercicio de la violencia sexual una asociación con la imputación al padre de la señora Gamboa, ¿no? De lo que surge del expediente es primero la detención de ella hasta tanto volviera el padre. Entonces 3 días detenida ella con su madre hasta tanto volviera el padre. Una vez que se presenta el padre, ella es detenida y es violada. En esto creo que no se puede trabajar de manera independiente, ¿no? Y esta idea del cuerpo como territorio adquiere una significación particular y la posibilidad de trazar esa idea de estrategia de lucha se manifiesta en este caso, entiendo.
Responde a una estrategia de respuesta frente a la problemática.
Exactamente, y que creo que en este caso, más allá de que haya sido enunciada en términos generales, hay elementos del caso que permiten mostrar que no se trataba de un patrón específico, sino que tenemos una muestra clara, ¿no? La persecución del padre de la señora Gamboa, o la identificación del padre de la señora Gamboa como perteneciente a Sendero Luminoso y la violencia sexual y la forma en la que se ejerce la violencia sexual sobre ella es difícil pensarlos en términos independientes.
O sea que era una respuesta esperada de alguna forma.
Buscada, quizás.
¿Cómo?
Buscada. No solamente esperada.
Esperada en el plano del tercero que observa, pero claro. De parte del actor, quienes son actores, buscada. Es más exacto. Es la primera vez que la Corte tiene que resolver sobre un caso de violencia sexual en el marco de privación de libertad de una adolescente menor de edad y que además es indígena y analfabeta. Entonces, quería pedirle si nos puede desarrollar esa interseccionalidad, de qué manera afectó el funcionamiento, es decir, afectó a la persona durante y después del caso, ¿no?
Entiendo que las condiciones de la víctima en este caso nos obligan a pensar en los múltiples obstáculos que sobrellevó para hacer esa declaración, para conseguir un abogado que la pudiera representar y para sostenerla a lo largo del tiempo. Entonces, las tres variables, ¿no? Pensar en una niña que no sabía leer y escribir, la indicación de la huella digital sobre su propia declaración es muy fuerte, ¿no? Porque no es ni siquiera la escritura de su nombre. La barrera idiomática, la falta de comprensión o de desconocimiento del proceso en sí mismo, su edad. Entonces, el momento en el que se formaliza esa denuncia, ¿no? ¿Cuál debería haber sido la respuesta del Estado? Entiendo yo la liberación y al mismo tiempo el aseguramiento de un abordaje integral con una mirada que capturara todas estas cuestiones. La edad, ¿no? Cómo lograr una intervención conforme la autonomía progresiva y con un enfoque de género y con un enfoque de diversidad cultural.
De acuerdo a su experiencia, ¿cómo afecta esto a las mujeres en situaciones similares, para verlo en el caso concreto desde el punto de vista del desarrollo físico, emocional, social, y también en cuanto a la posibilidad de mantener un proyecto de vida, de sustentar un proyecto de vida?
En el proceso hay algunas indicaciones sobre cómo se sintió la señora Gamboa al enterarse del embarazo, ¿no? Cuál era su expectativa en relación con el parto, su preocupación. Entonces, asumiendo el transcurso de 9 meses en esas condiciones, poder pensar como mínimo en un acompañamiento psicológico que aborde todos los campos de la salud, debería ser o es una de las cuestiones básicas que también se trabajan en los informes de Naciones Unidas y en las recomendaciones generales de la CEDAW.
¿Y cómo una persona sustenta un proyecto de vida en esas condiciones?
Está el concepto de cuidados, ¿no? Los cuidados para esta madre niña y los cuidados para la niña misma. La construcción de ese proyecto de vida requiere un refuerzo muy importante. Se empieza a construir o a terminar de construir una identidad en un momento muy significativo de la vida, y hacerlo en soledad, sin un acompañamiento, sin un sustento que permitiera cuanto menos un proyecto educativo o un proyecto laboral, es difícil imaginar entonces desde dónde se empieza a pensar en ese proyecto de vida.
Ahora, y con esto vamos finalizando, quiero poner el foco en otro aspecto, que es el tema de la niña. La niña que nace en estas condiciones, y cuál es la situación de una niña, un niño que nace en un contexto de violación sexual, y teniendo en cuenta factores de identidad, integración familiar y entorno social en general.
Sí, como les decía, los informes de Naciones Unidas que construyen o que empiezan a trabajar sobre temas de niños nacidos como consecuencia de violaciones abordan el tema identitario como un tema crucial, ¿no? Desde situaciones en donde la inexistencia de un apellido paterno puede arrojar un estigma muy particular y significativo en el desarrollo de ese proyecto de vida, en cómo se acrecientan las vulnerabilidades socioeconómicas y el estigma que se puede dar o que se puede registrar en algunos casos en toda su sociabilización, desde la escolar hasta la laboral, y cómo esa identidad se puede proyectar en todos los aspectos de la vida.
Y en cuanto a la identidad, ¿pasa a ser el tema central?
Es una de las cuestiones que está abordada. No en estos casos se referían a la necesidad de contar con o pensar en legislaciones cuando se conciben nacimientos cuando no son reconocidos por los padres, ¿no? Como un estigma un estigma particular. Me estoy refiriendo a una situación en general, no en este caso en concreto. Es decir, para imaginar este daño, pensar en la construcción de esa identidad, desde dónde se construye esa identidad, esa subjetividad, y de qué manera puede impactar en todos los espacios de la vida.
Muchas gracias. No tengo más preguntas que realizarle. No tengo más preguntas, señora presidenta.
Muchas gracias, juez Pérez Manrique. Juez vicepresidente Mudrovich.
Yo no tengo preguntas.
Muchas gracias. Esta corte no tiene más preguntas. Le agradecemos mucho su comparecencia. A continuación tendremos un receso hasta las 14:15 horas. Muchas gracias.
De pie, por favor, la corte se retira.